All right, so we had talked a little bit about strategizing. So I think a good idea would at least be to know like what our initial move is going to be so we can kind of coordinate it.
I
I mean, I
think.
think.
Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I was just gonna. How much movement would it take for Malshin to get like upstairs?
I think you're looking at probably like 20 feet expended to climb the ladder. It's about like say a 10-foot ladder to get up top.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
So you're looking at if you were to climb up and get there, you're probably going to be fighting from a distance. Or if you rush, you could get there, or if you action to run to dash, you would get to him, but you're effectively just out of range.
Yeah. Then I'm gonna start from range.
Yeah, I think Dalton has no desire to get any closer than he already is, and I think he's shared. He's he's not. It's been a long day for him, so he doesn't have too much left in the tank. Um, but if Jinx has any ideas, otherwise, I think he's just readying a crossbow bolt.
All right, so I think we should try to front load whatever we have because the longer the fight goes on, I think the worse it probably is for us. So I have the ability to heal one person when they go down, obviously, with the staff, and then I have a second level spell still. So ideally, I would like use it to get up whoever he knocks down first or whatever. I want to make sure he has disadvantage too. So I think for me, the best thing I could do is just something random with my action and then do vicious mockery to try to give him disadvantage.
Wait, vicious mockery, isn't that an action?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. Oh, what was I thinking then? Maybe I could give inspiration with my action or with my bonus action.
Gotcha. Yeah, this is definitely one of those things that like saving your spell slots could mean that I down you guys before you ever actually use that spell slot. Because again, I can down all of you in a single attack with this thing. And so that's part of where, like, I'm pretty sure I said that ahead of time, like last session, to like make sure you guys know this fight is going to be epic, or you're going to die here. And you guys perhaps don't need to be saving spell slots so much as using them. And that
yeah,
is in particular towards the idea of the staff of healing. It can't do anything but heal. I think you guys should hold that as your one chance at healing. Somebody who goes down if the other two of you are up. Or healing potions. I'm not sure if you guys have any healing potions remaining. But your spell slots being saved for healing, it may work out. But it may also mean that you don't use those spell slots because of it. And that might be the difference between downing this thing and not.
yeah. Is this thing carrying a weapon or
Yep,
wearing anything
has a
metal that Dalton
big
can
ass
see?
steel battle axe.
Yeah, so I think Dalton seeing that is going to. It's like, well, here goes everything. Um, and yeah, he's gonna cast heat metal on the battle axe, and he's gonna cast that at third level.
It's 14 the damage that you roll for that.
Yes.
And how about from Jinx? Who are you inspiring? And what is it? Vicious Mockery DC 15 Wisdom?
Yeah, I'm just making sure. I just don't think I can really do anything else. I mean, I could go for Bane. That would be the other thing. Like I have Bane, like invisibility, like nothing really useful. What do you guys think of Bane versus not?
Um,
I mean, Bane could be good, right? Because it's like a negative 1d4 on everything.
Yeah, attack rolls and saving throws. So I mean, it would be good, but that would be it basically. But the other options are invisibility or suggestion, which I feel like suggestion could potentially like end the fight if we needed to. It would at least be like a random roll to like try to stop the combat. But even that, I don't know how that would work.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't sound like you have too many better options.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much like try to get the Bane on him right now, or else try like if shit gets like out of hand, I can either heal somebody or I can try to stop the combat with suggestion. But like that's it. Yeah, I guess I'll just I'll do vicious mockery and the inspiration, and then I'm gonna also suggest that we separate so we're not all standing next to each other. So Malchin, you'll have inspiration 1d8 bardic inspiration.
Thank you. And I think I'll use that to make sure that I get up. Just to make sure that I don't fall down.
Gotcha. The Bardic Inspiration you can use after your roll.
Oh,
So
okay.
you don't have to decide ahead of time. Yeah, you can see your roll. It's kind of the flip side of why I say with normal inspiration, you can either give yourself advantage ahead of time, or you can use it as a plus d6 after you've seen your roll. It's to give you both aspects, but you can't gain advantage after rolling. So if you want to roll, you can see if you're going to climb up, or rather, you can see what your roll is to climb up before finding out whether you want to. So is that a 10 with disadvantage?
All right, disadvantage.
Or
I
is that,
forgot that. Let's see. I gotta roll another 20.
yeah, climbing right now is difficult. This is where you're like feeling that. Yeah. So with the nat 1, you probably recognize that there's no reason to using it. Because it's not an attack roll. I don't have to make you fail. Um, so what do you think?
I think it's a D8. The inspiration.
Yeah, 1d8.
Yeah. No, I think I have to roll like max just to actually get it to work. Yeah. No, I'll save it for now and take the fall.
Gotcha. So you will take 4 bludgeoning damage as you fall to the ground. And again, like making it close to the kind of like roof you go to like grasp your way away, and like at the last moment when you remove your second hand and you're like just one hand kind of on the ladder, there's like a push from above. You can kind of feel like almost like a boot on your shoulder as you're kicked off of the ladder and you fall down to the level below. um you guys will see as its axe glows like a bright red, as heat metal kind of sits in, and it kind of looks down at the flame and almost shrugs off the pain. Uh, if it's, you can kind of see like a little bit of like sear, you can see like a little bit of like wincing pain on it, but it's almost like relishing in the pain, as this is a creature of hell. Fire affects it, but it's not the most effective thing. You will see as I already rolled once, but yeah, it kind of like mocks away your own attempt at mockery as it kind of looks back at you, ignoring kind of the effects of vicious mockery. Um, and yeah, any other movement before it returns to its turn?
So just to uh, so Dalton has already reached the top of the ladder, right? So he would have to try to move down to get away.
Like running away? Yeah, you would have to go down the ladder. You guys are on the roof effectively.
Okay, but like on okay, so he could move like here. He just like he couldn't get back down without because he's thinking of Jinx's idea to maybe try and scatter a bit. So he is going to move a bit after seeing casting heat metal and yeah.
I feel like we focus so much on this demon's big goat head. Does it have wings or anything?
Overall, it has a pretty humanoid form. The thing stands probably about 7 or 8 feet tall. Its horns are probably about 4 or 5 feet like wide, like about like 2.5 foot radius kind of thing. Um, it's a massive beast, massive kind of like humanoid form, but it does not have any sort of wing.
One more random question too. Like the black box down here on the right hand side of the map, like the kind of platform below us, is that the big square tower that keeps going up?
Yes, that is indeed the square tower in front of you.
And is there like a visible entrance or windows, and like how high above that level does it go?
So you're like walking down those stairs, kind of to the level that Malchin is on by like taking those stairs there. Um, so you're kind of like between those two levels, and it starts on that level. So it kind of starts a level below where you are right now, kind of thing, and then it goes up 2 levels. So it is effectively the same height as the central tower from which this demon is walking out of. That tower and it are the same height. But the tower you're going to is 3 stories. The tower it is walking out of, it's on like the second of those 2 stories. Technically, the central tower is a little bit higher because it starts on a level lower. But like from your perspective, the tower goes up 1 level above the like image that you, the players, are looking.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Alrighty. So, as it kind of like looks down at its axe as it starts to burn this hand, and you start to see like almost like smoke kind of like rising as its flesh is like searing by its axe. It's just going to kind of calmly, taking a step forward one after another, it is going to walk down, and it is going to 1, 2, 3, 5. Yeah, it's just gonna like walk kind of like downward. And just kind of like paces right up behind Jinx, and you're going to see as it like slams its fist that's like burning with this red hot axe in his hand, and you can see like the metal almost glowing like lava, and it just slams its fist into its chest. Each pace that it takes is just starts to grunt like as it like just kind of like follows after you, and with each step one of these loud bestial grunts, before right as it kind of reaches to you, it's going to say a single word in a horrific language that's just a cacophony in your ears, and it disappears. And it's, oh wait, my bad, it does not automatically disappear. It does indeed disappear. What would you guys like to do as this creature disappears?
So assuming that it got enough of my attention that I was like looking at it at some point in time, I'm assuming as it was getting closer to me, would I recognize if it was like casting invisibility, a spell that I have, or did it look like something completely different, or is there just no way to distinguish?
You can make an Arcana roll here.
It is a
With
natural
one,
one.
yeah, with a one, I'm gonna say you are not capable of making the distinguishing like understanding of what it might have used. Um and I'd say on some level don't necessarily know whether it is using magic, whether it is using some sort of an ability or some other type of thing. Um Dalton, with the same idea, if you want to make a Arcana check here, you are welcome to. Had anybody used a why can't I think of the word inspiration to gain inspiration from that one being rolled?
I hadn't used mine yet, so I'm all full up. But I will go ahead and make that Arcana check. That would be a 15.
Gotcha. This is not a spell that bards normally are capable of using. But this is a spell that you recognize enough of. Perhaps it's something that you've come across in your research when you've um, prepared that the two of you will next level, I believe. I think you're still level 5. Next level, you'll be level 6. You will be able to take magical secrets. And perhaps Dalton has looked at Blink as an object of his interest, the ability to disappear on a sort of occasion, and it will arrive back in a pretty close proximity to this in a few moments. And then it may disappear and it'll arrive back. But effectively, Blink is a way to, you always show up on the start of your turn, and it's got a 50% chance of disappearing at the end of its turn. So Dalton at least knows this thing's likely to come back, and it will be where it wants to be, albeit close to where it disappeared from.
Yeah, so Dalton wouldn't have time to explain all of that, but he'll basically shout, "I think it's still here. Could be anywhere," and he's kind of looking around pretty frantically. So I think I have to be able to. I know I have to be able to see the 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 weapon, the thing that I cast heat metal on when I first cast it. I'm assuming I have to be able to see it in order to use that. Keep using it, like on subsequent turns.
Yeah, the fact that it says that you can see within range, I would think that reapplying it is the same thing. Oh, it does have to make a con save or it drops the X anyway. It does not drop the X.
Okay, so Dalton's, know, you might be overmatched here.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting one because it's a C when you cast it, but it's just the bonus action on turns that follow.
Yeah, it's definitely not clear. I'm good either way.
What's everybody think on that? How do you feel about the language that to cast it, it's an object that he sees within range, but to use it again, you can use a bonus action on each of your subsequent turns to cause this damage again. Do you think he needs to be able to see it each time he applies damage?
I don't know. I would say, especially if I'm thinking Blink is the one where you like leave the dimension or whatever. I'm thinking it
He
would
is
have to be here.
technically, yep, he is technically inside of the ethereal plane right now.
Yeah, I just don't really see being able to reapply it while he's like in another plane of existence. Out of sight, I'd say maybe, but out of plane, I don't know. I gotta say no on this one.
Yeah, I feel the same. Like if it was just like invisible, then maybe that could work, but like another plane. Yes.
Kind of where I was leaning as well.
Yeah, with the blink that makes sense because I feel like he's kind of like I feel like maybe because it's a concentration spell, if you're concentrating the object, so if it was even if it wasn't like visible to the eye, you could be able to essentially sense it. But yeah, if it's essentially gone from the
I
plane,
don't think it dispels it though. So I would still hold concentration, or rather, I would say that you can still feel the object. Maybe even more so. This is part of like recognizing what's going on here. Is that you can sense the object is still there despite it not being there on the material plane.
right? Okay, so so that kind of maybe that's partially how he knows like this thing hasn't like it's still somewhere where
Yeah, it almost like confirms that this thing is that it is blink. That you basically saw it cast.
yes, I think yeah, not knowing where it's going to show up, it was near Jinx when I think Dalton's going to drawing his rapier. But if I hold, well, yeah, I think all he can really do is hold an attack if this thing kind of blinks back into existence and comes within range. That was his last spell. Just FYI.
All right, so I'm gonna do. I'm pretty sure what I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna actually drop a bag of caltrops, um, like on the square to my east, right there. I think, or maybe on the stairs, and then like if he follows me, hopefully he would be like affected by him. Because if we can get him to trip the caltrops, that like and like he fails a save, that will like substantially limit his mobility, which would definitely help.
So you're saying on the stairs where you are, and effectively where you are about to vacate.
I'm thinking like if I bottlenecked like the square to my left right there, would that like cover it to if he tries to come down the stairs, or is it better to just do on the stairs? Because I'm thinking he's pretty athletic, so if he wants to just jump over the square or something like that, like I'm pretty sure he can figure it out. What about? Do I know exactly what square he was in when he left?
Um, I feel like, yeah, he was kind of almost immediately to the right of where Dalton is. He was approaching you, but not next to you.
Okay, so I don't want to be like meta on this, but it says as an action, you spread a bag, caltrops to cover the square. Any creature that enters the area must succeed on DC 15 saving throw. So I'm thinking if I drop him in the square, when he pops back up, he's technically entering the square. Or do I need him to actually move through it?
I think that's entering.
Okay, so that's what I'm going to go for. I don't know if he has to come back in the same spot or if he comes back somewhere different, but that's my plan. It's not as good of a bottleneck, but it's worth a shot. So I'm going to move over there, drop the cow traps, and then I'm going to use the rest of my movement to continue like spreading out. And these were cow traps I actually had purchased like so many sessions ago, not the ones that we like found earlier.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
you picked up
remember.
caltrops earlier?
Dalton, I think, found a few sets of them.
Gotcha.
Oh,
But
those rusty ones. Yeah.
that's the square you said was immediately to the right of Dalton.
Yeah, so now knowing that I'm doing that, Dalton, does that change your mind? Because if he fails the test, he immediately stops. Like that's it. So he can't move again. I don't know what his reach is. I don't know if you have anything else like that would be potentially good, but that being my plan, I don't know if that changes what you're doing, like for us coordinating.
I think it would make if Dalton sees Jinx going for the caltrops, he'll move to um, essentially move more. I think he's moved about 10 feet, so he would kind of like trying to give the caltrops a berth. He could essentially get like onto the stairs with the rest of his movement.
Just in case he comes back in the same place, he'll be in for a surprise.
But I think also the caltrops, like it'll slow him for sure. But if he like, I think it's like if they move carefully, they can essentially like ignore them. They move at like half speed. So, but I mean, worth a shot.
And what is Malchin doing?
Malchin is gonna try to get upstairs. This time I'm gonna use the D8 inspiration.
What do you have right now?
I have a total of 8, so hopefully I roll a bit higher here now. Yeah, so that's a 15.
You can climb without any difficulty. So you are effectively, 20 feet expended there. You can have heard what they're saying, but you've not necessarily like seen this creature as it's been walking, other than like everything in silhouette. And you also don't necessarily know, but I feel like it's perfectly fine if you still see like Jinx scattering the actual caltrops there. So what kind of thoughts do you have as you actually like make it up top?
Yeah, I'm just gonna like try to keep my distance from that, and like maybe like I get up there. Okay.
Gotcha.
And just
And
hold
holding an
the,
action?
yeah, knock an arrow and hold it. And if something pops up, I'm gonna shoot it.
All right, so it is going to pop up directly in front of you, Malchin, and it is looking you down.
Yeah. With the held action, can I still use like my inspiration?
Oh
When,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah, just making sure. I'm gonna use it immediately.
Inspiration is very meta, but it is like personally meta. That's part of where like the sidekicks come in because like you guys gain the inspiration from them failing too.
Just making sure that I'm counting this right. 15, 18, 22 to hit for that is 12 damage.
Non-magical damage.
Yeah, sadly, no magic damage from me.
Gotcha. So yeah, as you see like the arrow like stabbing through its flesh, you'll just see kind of like as it like pierces through. Um, I feel like it's just one of those things where like you just kind of see that it just doesn't really bleed deeply. Just kind of a recognition that its flesh is far more magical than it is like physical. There's nothing to like tear through. It's almost like the arrow has like always pierced through that bit of its flesh, that it's always been there. This thing doesn't even react as it kind of takes the bolt like to its shoulder, and it just kind of like pierces through the armor and into it, and it just kind of walks to you with this like bright red axe glowing. It is going to hover those last few feet, and as it kind of like towers over you. How tall is Malchin?
Let's see, he is 5'8".
So as it like moves over to you, and it's standing probably about like a meter or so taller than you, and it kind of like bends over and stares like right down into you, and it breathes out, and you like have this just deep, smoky, hot breath filling your lungs as you like go to breathe in, and you can like taste sulfur in the air. It's like rotten eggs have like surrounded you, and you just hear as it starts to whisper, and you hear just kind of like 5 words. I think I've already confirmed that none of you speak its language, because I think you guys are basically dwarven, elvish, and halfling between the three of you. So it kind of like just leans into you and speaks just directly into your face as these kind of 5 words just horrifically like scratch across your ears, and you see as its muscles swell, and as it stands up, it's almost twice as wide as it was, and it stands about a foot taller. It's almost like what, like 4 meters tall now instead of being 3. It's grown, and it just kind of like stares into you, and its muscles just like ripple as it's just like holding out its arms, staring down at you from almost twice your height. And it remains where it is. It's your turn.
Malchin, get the hell out of there.
So wait, what did it just do right there? It like reached out and did what? Oh, okay, I get you. So it sort of like casts a spell on itself or something to get bigger, and that's why it didn't attack him?
Effectively, yes. You probably can't see much of it, but say it's like the type of thing where like you saw it walk out of your view because you're now like 10 feet below where the action is. You saw it like walk out of your view. Maybe like the tips of its horns kind of like arrived from your viewpoint down there. And as it walked away and where you couldn't see, moments later, it almost like rises up from looking down at Malchin, and as it stands full stature, you can now see like the top of its head again. Thoughts on what you all are doing?
So since it stayed visible, Dalton's he'll bonus action try to it doesn't seem to be affecting it too much, but we'll try to heat the axe again. With his that's his bonus action, and he's got his rapier out, so he doesn't want to go. He does not want to get close to this thing.
Do you think a concentration save is modified by having magical resistance, where it has advantage against spells? I was about to roll with advantage, but I feel like that's a no.
I feel like if it's, I mean, the reason it needs to drop the weapon is because of the. I mean, in this case, I feel like it makes sense that it would have advantage because the fire, which is what's going to would cause it to drop it, is what it's resistant to. So to me, it makes sense that it would have advantage to not drop it, unless it. But I mean, I assume it could drop it if it wanted to, like I feel like just for this spell in particular, it makes sense that if it's like resistant to the the flames, that it would have a better chance to do what it wants in terms of dropping or holding the weapon. But not wanting to get any.
What is it? 15 is your DC?
Yes.
So yeah, it does not drop the X. Ooh, it is going to shrink down in stature.
Not so big after all. Dalton's gonna kind of shout as he, um, with his action, is going to cast a vicious mockery at it. He does not want to run any closer to use his rapier.
Gotcha. You see as it almost like reaches back to like swat away at you, and like the sound of your voice just kind of gets lost in like a like gust of wind that kind of brushes off from its hand, as if it's like throwing this like cacophony of hell towards you, that just your voice gets lost in all of the hellish screams.
Gotcha. Yes, that's pretty much, I think, all that Dalton can do. He's going to move to hopefully give Malchin a way down the stairs if he chooses to use it, and that is pretty much all that Dalton can do.
Yeah, Malshan is gonna drop his bow, pull out his swords, and hack away at this thing. See if it does anything. Let's see, what is that? That is Yeah, that's an 11 to hit.
Do you think 11 is going to hit?
I mean, I used up my inspiration, so if it doesn't hit, that's it.
You used up bardic inspiration or your actual player's inspiration?
I've used up both. I used up my bardic to get up the stairs, and then my regular inspiration for the arrow.
Okay, you used the regular inspiration last time. Got you. Yeah, 11 is just going to go wide as it just kind of like sidesteps around your sword. Second attack.
Oh, it's 12. It's a bit better, but god damn.
Same thing, just one after another. It just kind of sidesteps to avoid your attack, and it's just kind of like almost like dancing around your blade. Bonus action.
Finally, that is, let's see, 22, 26 to hit for 12, 16 damage.
Gotcha. So same thing as you'd like stab your short sword into this creature's flesh. It's not even like tearing at the flesh so much as like the actual like magic of its body is like moving out of the way of the blade. So there's not even really an open wound so much as it's almost like you sheathe your sword into this thing. Again, it's taking reduced amounts of damage from these attacks. It has that resistance to this blade. But as you stab in another time there, that was with the D8 from your hunter ability for it
Yeah.
having already lost the points. All right, cool. Jinx, did you do anything this turn yet?
Oh no, I know you said I could only see its like head, and then it like
And you
shrunk
can't
down.
do that now. Yep, correct.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go like run around the corner, and I'm gonna yell out a insult at him again, give him a disadvantage.
Gotcha. And it will be effective. So if you can roll the 2d4 to tell me how much damage it's doing. And that is psychic damage, correct?
It is 4.
It's psychic damage, right? With vicious mockery.
Sorry, I'm still looking.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, psychic. Yep. Sorry. And then I can see him from there. Or do I need to go up the stairs further?
I mean, I assume you have to at least move onto the stairs to see him.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna yell, "You there? Why you focus at him when the real fight's over here?"
Dalton's getting a sense that this thing is just toying with them, like a cat playing with its food.
Any movement from Malchin, or are you guys done with your turn at that point? Oh wait, did you want to move off the stairs, Jinx?
Sorry, no, I want to stay within line of sight of him because I want to potentially use my reaction if he goes for Malchin again. So
Right. Um. Oh yeah. Did you want to move him out?
I'm debating on it, but I think I'm gonna stay. Try to like keep that vicious mockery attack on me.
Alrighty. So it's going to kind of like look over one more time, and it stares down at Malchin, and it turns its head and like looks towards Jinx. And while it's looking at Jinx, it's going to reach out and try to grasp into Malchin. And it's going to turn back to, or no, as it stares down Jinx still, you're just going to hear as it says, "You are keeping interesting company, brother." And it's going to look back to Malchin. "Why do you hide when you could look so much more beautiful?" And he is going to try to throw Malchin off of the parapets. I want a contested athletics or acrobatics from you, Malchin.
Yeah, that's gonna be athletics. Let's see. That's a nat one. Fuck, that's a total of 5.
So he is going to throw Malchin, but among the actual throw, he is going to levitate you. You are not going to fall. You are going to float into the air as he throws you out, basically, over the entry gate. Yeah, for now I'm gonna put you there. As he basically throws you like out and above the parapet, and you are floating like upwards and away. And the way levitation works is you are going to continue to float in that direction, which means you are only going to get higher and you are only going to get further and further away from this keep. And I'm going to do it like that because I'm going to give you one chance on this turn to see if you can actually touch something physical and give you yourself a chance to stop as he starts to float you over. Um, and then, yeah, he is going to, once again, he remains in place. Machin, let me see a dexterity saving throw as you attempt to get a hand, a foot, anything at all to touch something physical before you continue to float away.
Yeah, I'm not taking any chances on this one. I'm using the inspiration I just got. Holy hell, that's bad. 2 and a 3 with inspiration. I got a total of 10 on my best.
I believe the dice never lie, and the story they're telling might be the story of the end of you guys. So yeah, Malchin is going to kind of continue to like float here. We're gonna just do kind of like in that direction and probably have you almost like a story above this platform at that point. Do you have anything that you can think of that would help you? And for the other two of you, what are you doing as you watch him not only kind of like speak to Malchin in this weird way, but also throw Malchin kind of into the air?
So Melchin by this point probably already is beyond. Like if I was to try to throw a rope to him, something to hold on to, it's probably too high already because I have only 50 feet on me.
As far as height from where you are about 10 feet below, like the story he was on, and he's about 10 feet above. So, like, the story of this picture, you're at -10, he's at +10. So, he's 20 feet above you. He's also about 15 feet away, 20 feet away. But D&D doesn't know about the Pythagorean theorem. He is technically 40 feet from you, or he is technically, the straight distance from you. What is that? Like, there's 15 feet between the two of you. So realistically, there's 20 feet between you. It's the lowest of the two numbers, I would generally say.
Yeah, so I think Dalton's gonna start like unslinging the rope. He's gonna look back at Jinx real quick and you have anything else up your sleeve? Otherwise, yeah, this is all I can think of. Save our Malchin floating off.
Oh wait, you hit me with vicious mockery, didn't vicious mockery?
Yeah, yeah. Does that help?
If I was at disadvantage with that, what did you roll on your athletics, Malchin?
I rolled a nat 1. I think
Okay,
I rolled
yeah,
like
yeah.
a total of 5.
I just feel like the only way that would have helped is if you rolled a nat one too.
Yeah, I just rolled a 2, so I had a 6 total, but with the nat 1 on an attack roll, it's an auto fail. So yeah, it will be successful. My bad. I don't want to rob you guys just as much as I want this thing to have its go at you.
Yeah, Dalton's thinking, only thing he can think of to try to save Malchin is to try to, if he can throw a rope to him and try to anchor him. He's half expecting that he'll just go floating off as well, but he doesn't have any other anything else that could potentially stop and or keep Malchin from going off. So I think he's going to um, use his action to try and throw one end of the rope to Malchin while he holds on to the other.
Gotcha. On this one, because you are throwing upward, I'm gonna make you make an athletics. You can make a strength athletics check here.
All right. I am going to use my inspiration to give myself advantage because strength is not Dalton's strong suit. I don't want Malchin to float away. So it would be a 17 then.
I would say that is perfectly sufficient to get it to him. Machin, can you make a dexterity saving throw? Say the DC is probably a 7 here. This should be easy.
Yeah, as long as I don't get a nat 1. Yeah,
Solid.
that's
So you got a line between you. It's still gonna take you some effort to get it in, to like bring him in. He is essentially still kind of clinging to it at a distance. But yeah, you got any thoughts from you, Malchin, with the rope in hand, what you would do? 'Cause I think we've got you having not used any actions at this point.
I mean, if I have a rope and levitating, it means I'm basically weightless. So I'm gonna try to just like climb the rope to them.
Gotcha. Let me see. Or you could do an athletics or an acrobatics here. get over a 12, I'll let you do it for 15 movement.
All right, let's go for athletics. 17.
Got it. So you can basically get yourself to like right here for 15. That means that you could then, if you could, find footing there, or you can do what you want. But like it's 15 movement to get you there. Um, but I won't actually take your like action at that point.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get myself to, if I can, like safe ground. Then just make sure I'm
Don't
not
let go.
like there if I could.
Gotcha. So as soon as you get yourself footing on the ground, you're basically going to recognize here that like when you go to step, the way we walk is kind of controlled falling. You cause yourself to lift up in the air just normally. You have no gravity on you. There is no up, there is no down. There is just momentum. So when you like go to step there, you're already like stepping off of the stone and having to kind of catch yourself against the corner of that squared tower. You've got 20 movement spent, but you're like 2 or 3 feet up in the air already. So you're going to recognize very quickly while you are levitated, everything causes you on some level to like be moving up and down with no effort at all. So it's definitely a kind of thing of like, you might then from here push off and try to grab onto the crenulations, but like there's no ease of movement while you are like levitated like this. This is zero gravity. So while you kind of figure out what you might do with your next bit of movement and potential action, Jinx, do you have anything in mind what you're doing?
Now, at this point in time, the demon looks like he's on death's door.
The demon still has very little signs of having taken any damage at all.
Okay, that makes sense since we literally have done nothing. Okay, so I think I am going to. I'm going to spend this action not casting a spell, but trying to convince him that we are not his enemy. And I know that this probably has a low probability of success, but I'm going to yell out to him, Demon, it's been hundreds of years and thousands of mortals walk the streets, and still none of your demons. You need our help.
So you just want to make a persuasion?
Yeah, I'm trying to convince him that we're not his enemy and that we could help him like achieve his master objective. But I am
You can
lying,
roll a,
so I guess really deception.
you can roll a persuasion or a deception here.
Okay, I'm gonna go deception because I'm lying, and I'm going to. I want to spend my inspiration on this. I think. Damn, should I? No, I won't.
You don't want to be successful.
Oh, it's a 10 for a dirty 20.
Gotcha. So while you guys hear Jinx doing this, is there anything else from Dalton or Malchin?
Dalton is holding on to the rope. He is going to move, essentially trying to like drag Malchin, kind of as Malchin is climbing down himself. He's trying to kind of pull the rope, back towards this edge. I assume Malchin weighs a fairly significant amount, so he probably can't get very far. But he's essentially moving back this
Malchin
way.
doesn't weigh a single thing to your perspective of pulling against that rope. As far
Oh,
as
okay.
I understand, once he's levitated, he is effectively 0 pounds.
Oh, so like if I was able to reach him, I could essentially like try to like hold him down, and he would. Okay. But hearing Jinx speaking to the thing, yeah, I think actually Dalton's going to. He wouldn't be able to do it this turn. No, that would take an action to look for something. Yeah, I think other than the movement, that's going to be. Or Dalton's going to actually, with his bonus action, he'll give Malchin inspiration, bardic inspiration again. Like, hang on, we got you, buddy. And that will be all for then for Dalton.
Anything else from Malchin? Otherwise, I'm going to continue forward. So you guys are going to see as it kind of like turns from this perspective where it like throws Malchin off into the distance, and it like watches as you guys kind of like draw him back. And he's just going to start to walk towards you. And you see as he like starts to walk, just not looking down at all. Perhaps you start to like think like, oh, the Caltros. And he's just kind of like approaching you with, you travel with the Dark One Desralmal. You speak of heralding in chaos. And as he like approaches right to the Caltrops, you just see as he like jumps right over them and lands right in front of you, almost kind of like squatting to your height as he looks directly into the eyes of Jinx. And you see in the same way, like or you smell like the same way, like the stench of sulfur, the rotten eggs, and like the burning smell of char and ash, and just this hot breath entering into your lungs that just starts to like sear inside of you. And you can kind of see like this creature's like inner nature is like fire and brimstone here. And it just kind of like looks down at you. We bring the night of dissolution. I don't know why I said it with an E there. But he kind of looks to you and he says, all of us, you already, sir. Why would I need anything else from you than your very and oh, he doesn't disappear again. What would you guys like to do?
So just to confirm, it started speaking in common or in a language we can understand, so we all hear.
Yeah, you guys have heard it speak in common. You have only seen its spell work be essentially cast in Abyssal.
Gotcha. Okay.
Um, you probably don't necessarily notice exactly what it's saying when it's speaking like to Malchin. But you guys probably should be starting to catch on that it recognizes Malchin as being some sort of a demon at this point, and it is speaking about Malchin as if and in Abyssal. But like that's where like, Desrau Mal is what he's called it. I would say there's probably like a normal name that you would understand were you able to translate it from Abyssal. That's just like the phonetic what you're hearing.
So is that like the spirit that's trapped in the amulet Malchin doesn't have?
I think it is safe to understand yes and yes. That is kind of the entire point of what I'm getting at is that once it actually saw Malchin, it started to recognize that Malchin is the bearer of something that perhaps you don't want to have on you.
Okay, gotcha. So we kind of like spitballed this plan a little bit. We've been fighting the demon. Everybody's going maximum 100% on each other here. And I would say things are going pretty well. But that being said, I know we could win this fight. I feel like me and the demon made a little connection. He kind of breathed heavy on me, and I think we're on the same level. Now I could try the plan.
There was a moment when we shared breath, and that's what I knew it was meant to be.
That's what I feel like is happening right now. He's either about to full on consume all of our souls, or I could try this suggestion. It's probably not going to work, but we could maybe get out of here alive.
So you guys see as this thing like leans over and like speaks at Jinx, and there's like actual like precipitation like boiling off of Jinx's skin, just being like spoken to so close from this demon. And then Jinx turns around, two big thumbs up, and the biggest jackass smile on his face. I got this.
So, yeah, I'm going to use suggestion, and I'm going to suggest that the demon helps us. So I guess I'll just say what I'm going to say, but this is my intention that the demon helps us to leave this place alive, or allows us something along those lines. So, but I do kind of want to get the key in there too.
Let's take a short little break here, and you guys can spitball that.
Sure, I think
That
that's probably a
sound
good
good
idea.
to? Does that sound good to everybody? To one, take a break here, but also to let Jinx go forward with this idea. Is everybody down for both kind of parts of that plan?
Maybe a couple minutes to discuss might be good after a quick break.
Gotcha. Yeah. So let's take, same thing as always, like 15 minutes if we need it. But once everybody's back, we'll reconvene and then you guys take a few moments. So everybody try to think of like what language you think is important to trying to plead with this creature. But also then once we come back, you guys can like spitball together.
Sounds good. I'll be back in a few.
Yeah. I'll see you guys in like 5.
All right. See you in 5.
Did you step away, Chris?
No, I'm still here.
Has Justin Dalton returned?
Haven't heard anything yet.
Who just got back? My bad. I was like swapping my headset.
Justin, Dalton, and Chris are back.
Excellent.
All right, I'm back, geez.
Anyone have any thoughts or suggestions on language or suggestion?
So you guys cool with me going forward with this? What are you thinking?
Well, I think if we're gonna suggest something, it should be, maybe it's something that the thing would already potentially be inclined to do. Let's talked about the Night of Dissolution and how we're kind of already, or it seems to think we're already serving that purpose somehow. So maybe like suggesting that like let us go and pave the way in the city for you know, because the journal talked about, you know, demons walking the streets. Um, Obviously not, hopefully not with any intention of actually carrying that out, but that to Dalton, that seems like maybe that's, you know, a way that it would let us leave.
Yeah, so I definitely was thinking along the same lines. So I already buttered him up with the deception that we were gonna, like, you know, that all this time has gone by. He still hasn't got demons on the streets. There's all these mortals. Like, he needs our help. He didn't really seem too savvy about it, but at least didn't kill us yet. So now I'm thinking if I double down on that and say, you help us, tell us where the key is so we can get out of here alive, and you'll be one step closer to the demons on the streets type thing. But also, I mean, the key might be like inside of him the same way the other key was like inside of like the other guy.
And I feel like with suggestion, we kind of have to pick one or the other, right?
It just says limited to a sentence or two. You suggest a course of activity limited to a sentence or two, and magically influence a creature you can see within range that can hear and understand you. Creatures that can't be charmed or immune to this effect. Suggestion must be worded in such a manner as to make the course of action sound reasonable. And then it talks about a bunch of self-harm stuff after that. So like that's how I was trying to like kind of like stitch in that we're like helping it to get the demons on the streets, like to unleash like hell on everyone. You know what I mean? So that was kind of like my like angle. And now it's just about like what we're trying to actually get out of this. Like, are we focused on the key, or do we just want to get out of here alive? Like, you know what I mean? Because I think if we just left it to like, you know, let us leave here alive, that's like probably the best route to go, like the easiest. But also, we could try to push it for the key too. So I don't know.
I feel like maybe asking or, you know, saying to give a because if we're trying to suggest that it essentially let us go out to do its bidding, would we need the key for that? And if not, it's going to make that suggestion sound less reasonable, like almost kind of give away the game that we're trying to deceive it. The other thing is if we have half of the key and you need the whole key to get down into the cellar, then even if we leave with half of the key now, you know, at least theoretically, that should prevent anybody else from getting down. You know, even if some other, you know, person raided here and found the other half of the key. So I'm thinking maybe we just try to essentially limit it to getting out of here for now. That's also because Dalton's kind of scared shitless at this point. So
Yeah, I think my idea for like suggestion is should we just give it something like do that takes a long time? Because that's like the best thing we can do, right? Like not try to convince it like persuasion or anything, but like just give it an order that would take really long time, like tell it to slow cook a rat stew or something.
Yeah, see, I don't know, because do demons actually eat? So is that a reasonable course of action? Like, I feel like there's so much to it. And like, it really is about how we word it. But I get what you're saying, though. Just giving them a task that takes like 8 hours. You know what I mean? But again, where does it sound like unreasonable?
yeah, like something like count all the stones in the, you know, in the estate or something. But that would be unreasonable.
Like,
Even though it would
blink
take
in and out of existence 10 times. Like, you know what I mean? I just feel like the just keeping it simple. It's like the thought process for like just letting us leave versus like not letting us leave is just so simple. You know what I mean? And we don't really care what he does the second we're out of here. So if we can get out of this place in 30 minutes or an hour, that's essentially, we just want to get him occupied for that long. So does anybody have any reasonable, mundane demon tasks that take a long time? Or should I just go with the initial?
I feel like the initial one, right? Because if it works and we're asking for it to let us go, then at least until you know, um, I don't know how long that the spell lasts, but at least buys us some time as long as we don't do anything to, um, I guess, suggest we're not, you know, leave. Because right, we're saying like let us leave so that we can, usher in, hell on earth for you, right? So my vote, I guess, would be for the kind of the initial thought to as that being the suggestion. And if we do get out of here, we're gonna have to have a long talk about that amulet, Malchin.
What amulet?
All right. Well, I'm gonna give it a shot then. Whenever we're ready.
Gotcha. So, what is your final idea for the suggestion?
So if you would just allow the three of us to travel freely out of this castle, and if you felt so inclined, reveal the location of the key, we would be much obliged to help you achieve your goals.
And is everybody otherwise just kind of like waiting on the needle point to see what it does? Do you guys have any other thoughts about what you are doing this kind of your turn?
Yeah, I think Dalton's essentially praying to any god he can think of that this will work, and otherwise, kind of like crouched back a little bit. But he's not going to do. He doesn't want to do anything. Um, yeah, so I guess essentially dodge.
Yeah, I think Malshan is still just hugging the corner of the square tower, making sure it's not floating away.
And I'm all in on this. I don't want to move. I don't want to do anything. I'm not going to check to see if that's sweat or if I peed myself either.
Roll a Constitution save. I would like to check.
It's a 19. I'm fine. Or at least I didn't notice.
Solid sweat. Still kind of like leaned over and into your face. You have half of the Crimson Coil. And I don't know which one in particular of you guys picked it up when you removed it from Cobbled Man, but he's basically looking directly where you put it. So he can like see it through wherever it might be, like inside the clothing, inside of a backpack. But he is effectively kind of like looking to it with like a stare of his eyes as he speaks to Jinx. And then he kind of says, "You have half of the Crimson Coil. You have the guidance of Dezral Mal. You shall have my aid as well. Altrak and Dezral Mal will bring in the Night of Dissolution. and you will serve us well. He's gonna raise his hand up like over your shoulder with like the burning red axe still held in his hand. And you're going to see his two like burning like masses of stone almost like rise from the stone. And at first it just almost like looks like small little like balls of lava before they kind of like sprout little legs, and you see that they've got these like horrific little heads as if these like canine like creatures were hit by a train and their faces smushed in. And you see as he summons two little hellhounds from beside you, and he kind of like points up and they'll run like through the wall of the tower and they disappear. And any thoughts about what you guys would do effectively? As he says, sure, I'll assist you. And he sends like these little hellhounds off running. Do you all just wait?
Dalton's like muttering under his breath. Worked. But I think, yeah, otherwise he's almost like he's like holding his breath. He's afraid like doing anything is gonna break kind of this whatever's going on here. So he's almost essentially standing as still as he can and holding his breath and not doesn't want to move.
Has the levitate dropped on Malshin, or is he still levitating?
Nope, you're still levitating.
No small talk for me on this one. I don't want to fuck shit up.
Otherwise, waiting though, Malchin? Was that your only question?
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna wait. With them, like, I don't want to fuck this up. Just see if it keeps going.
Yeah, so I think the door to the room to that tower is on the level we're on. No, there is no door there. It is just a tower from your view, stone like all the way up in I think the two directions that you guys have seen, like west and southern side of it. So there's really nothing to be seen here. But after a few moments, you're going to see as these two tiny little like lava slash like burnt flesh little pugs kind of like run out from inside of the hut, and they've got this other half of a spiral, like this stone disc kind of between their mouths, and they're like fighting over it as they kind of come out and they bring it out. I think it kind of makes the most sense if he takes it from them, but he is basically going to hold out with his other hand the stone disc, which is the other half of the spiral. And he just kind of like looks to you and he's going to say, who actually has it? Does Jinx have it? Or was it Malchin who did the surgery? I don't really remember, but I felt like it was somebody who had a medicine check.
It definitely was not me.
I think it was Dalton. So I don't think it was me.
Did Dalton record it?
Let me check.
I can't remember. I feel like you guys like searched the body after we killed it, and that was like when you found it. I don't remember which one of you took it.
No, wait, actually, I did, right? Because I tried to roll like inspiration, I think, but didn't need to.
That's vaguely what I was thinking.
Yeah. Now that I think about it, it was me. Goddammit. Ah. Memory.
So yeah, he's just going to reach out his hand after taking the spiral from the dogs, like the half spiral. He's gonna reach out his hand towards Malchin. Um, let's see. I think for what it's worth, yeah, he's just gonna reach out his hand in the direction of Malchin and just kind of call to place the disc in my hand, and I will create the key. Do you want to leap towards him, Malchin? Do you make any? Actually, he will actually say Desramal as well. But do you want to put the key in his hand? Do you want to like leap off of the wall and like float towards him?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to like leap off the wall and like catch onto what is it called, like the parapets, like the walls there. I'm close to him and try to give him the key.
Gotcha. So you just kind of like leap over. You'll kind of float in that direction. Yeah, he's going to kind of taking the key. You'll see as like his hand kind of smokes as he closes it. And will open to have to reveal kind of like a full actual key there for you. Um I think at this point it's kind of a matter of moving through the rest of the house to go back down to the ground floor, where you guys would basically return to where the statue of the fat human is, who just kind of stands in the southeastern side. He's just kind of down like a singular hall, and you guys can basically approach it. As far as things go, it's going to just kind of. Do I not have its token on this page? Yeah, it's just going to kind of go ahead of you, and as it approaches the creature or the statue, it's just going to put its palm up to the creature and just kind of like mold the stone into that like opening in its belly, and you'll see as the creature slides open, and there's like a 5 foot by 5 foot like shaft that just like drops down into the ground, and you guys can basically see that it just kind of goes like down below the castle. And then he'll kind of look to you all with, "This is your way forward."
The Dalton's gonna kind of like gulp a bit, and he'll give like an almost like a kind of a servile nod, and yeah, won't let you down. Um, and he'll start probably a bit hesitantly moving towards the opening to start heading down.
I think as you approach the edge, you still feel that same sense of almost being like pulled down and like pushed down from above and almost like pushed towards that precipice. But once you actually start to like slide into the shaft as it's like descending below you, you feel that dissipates. And it's kind of effectively as you actually like get below the floor of the castle. Whatever spirit, whatever power was doing this disappears. And it's no longer there. It's no longer like present on your body. But Dalton heads out first.
Yeah, and I think he's going to I know. I think Jinx has light on him, but Dalton's going to, assuming it's pretty dark down here, is going to light up a torch as well. But otherwise, just waiting for the others.
Who's going second?
Archie, I'm guessing is the Jinx. Jinx, you go on ahead. I'll be right behind you.
He's gonna like look up the demon and say, "What do you mean by forward?"
Ever forward. Ever onward. Toward the night of dissolution.
Ah, right. Night of dissolution, of course. I'm getting the inclination that I was under the impression we were gonna leave, but like I feel like we're going deeper. Is that what's happening right now?
It's definitely not an exit you guys had seen before.
Okay, interesting. And did Dalton like slide down like a shaft, or did he just like walk into like a shaft? Is it like a ladder?
I think on this part, it does indeed have a ladder. But this is also the kind of like thing where it's like almost like you can just like extend your limbs and prevent yourself from falling here. It's essentially like kind of like going spelunking, where you're like sliding down into a cave almost.
All right, so I'm gonna like say to Dalton here, Dalton, I think we're gonna come back and then down, but come back.
Well, so Dalton was thinking, like, if we tried to, because it was the demon, right, that went up and put in the key and opened up the passageway. So Dalton is thinking, like, if we essentially like go to leave now, it's gonna make the thing realize that our suggestion might not have been in good faith. So that was Dalton's kind of thought process for why he went ahead and went down.
Yeah, I get what you're doing. I'm just trying to get you not to do it. What I'm thinking is, once we got the demon, like he's fell for the spell or whatever, as long as we don't attack him or the time doesn't run out, I don't think he has any reason to necessarily think like we're not just doing what we already convinced him of. Now, obviously, it's up to you whether you want to come back up and leave or whether you want to go down that way, and then we'll make our decision based on what you do.
Well, I think it's if like Dalton's gone down, but he's not moving down the passageway. But if like if Jinx and Malchin or Jinx, if they say like we're not going down quite yet, and they want to test that theory, then Dalton will stick with them. But until he actually hears like somebody saying something, there's no reason for him to come back up.
So, what you thinking, forward mountain? Down the tunnel? Maybe it leads to the end and that's just it and we're done. Maybe it leads to a dungeon or leave, go rest, come back. What are you thinking here?
Well, not to bring doubts to your magics, but I don't want to test the demon, so if he shows us down, I'm gonna go down.
All right then, down it is. I'll be right behind you, and I'll give him a wink.
Yeah, with that, Malsham will start climbing down as well.
As Jinx disappears into the shaft and starts to head down, it is going to kind of like reach out towards Malchin and once again, like kind of directing you into its vision. Uh, it'll kind of like look down to you and come forth, brother. Rise and take what is yours. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
That is a 5.
So, up until now, you have resisted this amulet, and it has maintained effectively a like deactivated state. But it is going to step up and into active. I don't know if you've noticed, but I already added it to your actual stats. So you have a view of what it does. But I'll change it soon to like the active state so you can see like the next level of what it does. Um, but effectively here you um no longer have to save whether you want to. You have direct access towards effectively as a bonus action. You can heal yourself and use any amount of like and one hit dice uh plus your constitution. So like as a bonus action you can just heal if you have hit dice. When you take a short rest, you can regain one hit die if you fed on a living creature prior to that short rest. So effectively, since like before the last time you rested, if you fed on a living creature, you can regenerate a hit die when you rest. And then instead of doing 1d4 necrotic damage, you can now do 2d4 with your bite. And it'll be a con save versus whether it can be healed. Again, the item will soon show that, but for now, that's just you now have the ability to bite creatures and basically feed off of their blood. So as you guys all climb down, um, you're basically descending down. It's about like a 15-20 foot shaft until you kind of clear to a point where there's just an opening below you. Jinx has the light source. I think Dalton said that he was actually lighting something up as well. But effectively, by the time you get that low, that you get to the bottom of the shaft, you're also aware enough that there is ground about 10 feet below you, but the ladder ends before it actually like gets to the ground. There's just open area below you. And on the map, you'll see in the top right of the screen is the only revealed portion here right now.
So essentially, we'd have to drop down from the bottom of the ladder to the actual ground.
Uh, Theoretically, like, I mean, you don't have to necessarily drop like fall.
Right. But like, or like, yeah, kind of like it go down the last rung and then like stretch out. And, yeah.
Or use a rope, but yes.
And I'm going to assume that Dalton, since he came down before the demon spoke to Malchin, that he was did not hear any of the exchange.
I'd say for the two of you in the shaft, you probably heard it. For all that it's worth, I think at this point it is in Abyssal. And I think now that it's activated as well, I might as well just add to Malchin that you speak Abyssal now.
All right, that's one way to learn a language.
So Dalton's going to kind of like whisper back to Jinx, the hell's it we getting ourselves into? But seeing no real sense in retreating now. We're in it. So he will start forward, kind of holding the torch out in front of him.
My bad. So you are leaping down. That's what you were holding the torch out?
Oh yeah, so he would drop down. And then
How are you doing that?
I guess he would like get to the bottom of the ladder and then try to essentially like grab the bottom rung, kind of extend his body, and then drop. If it's not, as long as it's not like a super long amount of distance from there. So he's a
Okay.
little under
Make a
6
strength
feet.
saving throw. Or you could do athletics. Strength saving throw or athletics.
I'll go with athletics because I feel like he at least has some idea that this is coming. So 21.
No, that's solid enough that you can drop yourself without a problem. So when you drop down, a few things are going to happen. Effectively, you can see where you are at in this room. Is basically you're dropping down into the center of a room that is probably about what is that, like 30 foot by 30 foot. It's about like 30 square feet in diameter, and you are right towards the center of this room. The room itself is about 10 feet tall, so your friends right now are about 10 and 15 feet directly above you. When you drop down into the room, though, there's going to be a moment where you kind of like look around, and other than like a kind of soft, like whitish blue sort of marble stone that makes up this entire place, you can see one area of almost like a fleshy mass that kind of like covers one space, and that is about those 10 feet to your left, kind of like straight in front of you there. It actually makes it kind of interesting, I think. Oh, that's what it is. It should be 5 feet, because you should be there. And then like the room's 10 feet tall, and you can see that there are bones in like the kind of to your right, to the north of you. You can see kind of bones on the ground. And there's kind of bones and like stuff kind of scattered around this whole room, but when you drop down into the room, those bones start to move and they start to form up, and you are going to see as like from all the bones like on the ground in this room, a creature is like starting to stand up as they like form legs, and then the pelvic base kind of comes in, a spinal cord, and you see is like this skull of this cow-like creature almost sits there like waiting until a hand kind of reaches down from almost the 10 feet tall and lifts up and almost crowning itself with the skull of this creature. You see is this generally humanoid form puts on like this bull skull and horn, and you can somewhat notice pretty instantly that this is like the skeletal figure of a minotaur standing before you, about 20 feet tall, or about 10 feet tall. It like stands up to the ceiling, and it's just right across the room from where you are right there. So that is as you drop down. The others are still above you here, and it is effectively kind of the same turn. But I'm going to put you right inside of initiative order. So Dalton, if you would roll for initiative.
It'll be a 13 for me.
And you're going to get it again because I rolled the 4. So Dalton, you drop down and immediately see this thing. Let me see how I can do. And right there. And then, so for you guys, I think Chris and Justin have seen this. So maybe just for my brother Justin, the top map is a verticality map. The bottom map is the spatial map. So I think it is Z on top, XY below. So like there'll be 2 theoretically miniatures marking each one, so you can kind of recognize something above you versus below, as you are basically going deeper into the earth here. That height matters a little bit. So theoretically, like if you wanted to leap down, well, it's not actually like visible to you yet, but like if it were to move to where Dalton is, you could like leap down and it's only 10 feet below you, like for Malchin, and so on, like 5 feet for Jinx. But like at present, Dalton is basically 10 feet and 15 feet below you guys. But again, it's on the 3 of you. You can kind of make an idea of what you're going to do with this turn. But I'm going to start combat effectively with the 2 of you still on that ladder above.
So like as we're climbing down, assuming this is more than just like a second, Jinx would definitely be making casual conversation with implications to Malchin. Now, Malchin, I've never heard you speak with that accent before. I'm glad that we found out you 2 were best friends before I went full Nova and smoked his ass like a $20 goblin hashish cigarette.
Accent? What are you talking about? Huh? Trying to.
Oh,
He called me his brother. I don't know the guy.
all right. Well, we'll finish this later. I'm assuming Dalton's going to like yell out to us or something.
Yeah, Dalton's definitely, as like the bones are forming, he's like, this place isn't empty. Could use your help here. So the bottom map is the horizontal, so it's like 5 feet away from him. Is that the
Yeah, bottom is a vertical map. It's like or bottom is the right and left map. It is head down, like you're looking down at the map there.
right? Okay, yeah, gotcha.
And then the top is the cross section.
Right. But I think Dalton is going to, hoping the others are going to drop down, is going to, move to give them space. And this thing is big. These are, it almost takes up the whole like height. So I think he's going to. He's just thinking he's got to stab out at this thing, regardless of whether the others drop down. Because I think he's just gonna draw his rapier and try to hit some like joint or something that'll actually affect this thing. It's probably not going to do it with a 9 to hit.
That is insufficient. This thing has like armor plates and whatnot that still kind of like are almost attached to some of the bones. Like some of them, you can see they're almost like drilled into the bones, as if its flesh was once pierced with this armor and sort of made permanent to it.
Yeah. So aside from so stabs out ineffectively, calls out for the others, and moves away from the opening, and that's pretty much all Dalton's going to be doing.
How about from Jinx?
Of course, there's more danger. We're descending into a dungeon. I'm going to cast Vicious Mockery at the Minotaur thing, and I'm gonna say, "Ooh, look at you, big boy! I don't think you could fit up here if you tried." Uh, does it feel like he could get to me where I'm at if I was to stay here, hanging on the ladder?
I don't think you can see it yet. Does Vicious Mockery require sight?
Oh yeah, it does. I would have to see him. So I will. Can I hold a Vicious Mockery for if whatever is down there comes into my sight?
Gotcha. You could hold an action there.
Oh wait, I guess I should ask too. Is it possible for Malchin to get by me?
He could squeeze past you, but you're going to get very friendly.
Go ahead, Malchin. It's your choice.
Yeah, Malshin is gonna squeeze past Jinx. Excuse me. Pull in your guts some.
So it's just difficult terrain, so it's just like twice movement there. But effectively, you're just looking at what, like 15 movement to get at the bottom of the ladder.
Yeah, with that, I'm like gonna try to like hang off the ladder so I get it as far down as possible, and then as drop down.
Same thing. Go for a strength save, athletics.
That is an 18.
Solid, no problem at all, and you can just drop yourself down.
Let's see. I have a bit movement left, right?
Yeah, I think you could still easily move, 15 feet. You could flank it. If you wanted to place yourself there.
That I would. Got about flanking.
So you can have a +2 to hit if you attack it here.
Yeah, I'm gonna attack it. I am like undead minotaur thing. Yeah, not trusting that. Let's see. I think I hit with that. 26, 28 to hit with the +2
Oh yeah,
for
solid hit to it.
5 damage.
And excellent. Second attack.
See, that is 19, 21, 25 to hit for 9 damage total with my extra Colossus Slayer thing, Giant Slayer. And let's see, last attack. 19, 21, 25 to hit for 9 damage.
Excellent. So yeah, as you just kind of like slash into it, you're like cutting chunks into like bone. So there's like some splintering and whatnot as you hit them, but largely you're like probably at this point feel somewhat pointless because you're like chipping away at bone. But you can also sort of recognize like maybe slashing at bone isn't the absolute best idea. But you do have kind of that moment where you are at least affecting it some. And yeah, it is going to. I think smash its axe down at Mount as it basically like draws up this like um kind of like stone and like skeletal bone shafted axe. It's going to sort of just in like one sweeping motion as it like lifts it from one like side of its body, like up over its head and down into the ground towards Malchin. You're just going to hear um and this will be in abyssal, so it'll be cacophonous now to two of you as this creature just basically curses you, and it's like the living are only born to die. Or and as it exhales, it just slams the axe down on top. Uh, that just crit. And that is a monstrous crit because that is about to do 88 damage.
Yeah, I'm dead.
That is 92 damage to Malchin. That is
Yeah.
a crit with 2 max damages rolled. Plus, our crit rule is that it does max damage on its damage dice.
Yeah, I'm just dead.
Oh wait, no, I did the math wrong there. It's maybe not completely dead. The 4d4 is far closer, because it does 24 times 2 is another 24, so it's 48 damage, 52 total damage. So it might not be an outright dead. Um, what is your total hit point remaining, and then what is your maximum hit point right now,
Oh,
like
thank
for
God.
today?
My hit points right now is like 0, but I
Well,
think
no,
like
no. What were you at?
I was
'Cause
at
it doesn't matter.
22. Let's
You were
see.
at 22 hit points.
And had a max of 30.
You had a max of 30.
Yeah.
That's the literal amount of life that you die instantly. Because it did 52.
Yeah.
So can I do cutting words on it? Can I see this thing now or no? Cutting words the damage for D8.
Yeah, yeah. I guess you can't see it.
Can I do?
It
Is there
has to
any
be the
way?
level. I feel like it would have made more. You would have had to put yourself in risk to go to the bottom of the shaft, really. I don't know. That's kind of like the rough one of like you are looking down from the shaft over that space.
Well, Jinx was definitely being a pussy on purpose. So, I could have jumped down obviously if I wanted to, and I didn't. But Is there any way I could be like hanging down and see anything? Is there any possible way that I can do something to not have Malchin be dead here?
Roll a perception check. Or just roll a perception check. I would say no. That
7.
puts you at not seeing it.
Can I use my inspiration to add it for one final chance? I know I'm pushing it, but can I do that?
If you roll a 6, because the DC I was looking for was a 10. If you roll a 6 with your inspiration, you can see him.
Let's
Wait,
go.
no. This isn't bardic inspiration. Like the inspiration for you guys is a D6. Like if you use your inspiration, like the character sheet inspiration, after the fact, it's just a D6. So roll a D6 and you get a 6. My bad there. There you go. So cutting words at all is going to prevent Malchin from dying. What you roll will do nothing about how dead, like how unconscious he is. Because he was quite literally at the damage. If it did one less damage, he would have been alive and just unconscious at 0 hit points. So that's the state where Malchin will be in. And it can kind of continue. That is effectively with Jinx kind of like hanging down to look as you kind of react to that. So, but that will go back to you guys then as Malchin is knocked unconscious by the thing bringing down an axe on his head.
The dice never lie. Holy freaking crap.
It's funny because I almost had Dalton cutting words the attack roll, but it wouldn't do anything with a crit, and then I didn't want to like kind of figured it was too late to then do it after I saw all the damage. So
That's okay because it was meant to be. But we're still probably about to die, but at least now we have one more turn to do something.
yeah, so Dalton is rushing over to Malchin.
Well, if I can actually, it's the start of your turn, so Malchin should roll a death saving throw right now. Okay. So what are you doing here, Dalton?
Yeah, well, I mean, he can't do anything to help him anyway, unless Malchin has like what looks like a healing potion on his belt or something.
Do you have
Nope.
another one?
We used the one I have.
I'm gonna heal him. So
Yes, I think Dalton is going to rush over towards him just out of instinct, but kind of realizing as he's moving that there's nothing he can do, and hopefully Jinx will get down here and help him, save him. So I think he's just going to essentially trying to distract the thing, is going to just stab out again because it's pretty much all he can do at this point. That should 21 to hit should hit hopefully
Solid hit.
for 5 damage. Piercing, non-magical.
And Jinx, a healing spell from you?
so yeah, I guess at this point in time, I'm going to, if I'm like hanging upside down or whatever, to like see this and like randomly able to do this, I realize like I gotta not try to preserve myself and get down there. So I'm gonna do like acrobatics, like flip, try to land on the ground, and then get to Malchin.
Gotcha. Make an acrobatics check.
23.
Gotcha. All right, you can make the leap. I'm tempted to say take a damage, but you can make the leap and get down there. So theoretically, you are still pre-movement, basically kind of like free action sort of used up here. So what do you think?
Okay, so I'm going to use my final charge from the Staff of Healing. So I'm going to do Cure Wounds with this. And that will be my action, but it's touch. So I have to get close enough. So I'm going to run around behind the two of them so that I can be like within touch of both of them. And I'm going to like do my little chant and the little like eyes on the staff light up. And then instead of like reaching out and just touching Malchin, I'm going to twin spell the final healing spell and I'm going to heal both of them.
Gotcha. So just roll the healing once and they'll both get the same.
So what is it, a D8? Yeah, Cure Wounds D8. So you will each get 7 hit points, and I will be completely out of spells, tricks, and giblets.
Any bonus action?
I have 1 Bardic Inspiration, but I'm going to save it.
Gotcha. So Malchin, you come back to consciousness. Your short sword and your scimitar are on the ground beside you. You've been healed by your friends who are both standing over top of you, as well as a monstrous skeletal figure. What would you like to do?
I would like to stand up, pick up my sword, and go for round 2. Let's see.
Gotcha. Same free action can pick up both of your weapons as far as I'm concerned with your 2-weapon fighter. So you can pick up both of those and make all of your attacks.
That's a low roll. Let's see. 2, 6, 10. Yeah, no, 10 to hit.
And is insufficient. You just kind of like scrape off almost like the side of bone as you try to slash into this thing.
There, that's a bit better. Let's see. 19, 23 to hit
Solid hit.
for 11 damage.
Excellent.
And the last one is 11 to hit. Yeah. 7 damage.
The 11 is going to be insufficient. So you just kind of like slash into it and just kind of like deflect off of it, like recoup like with the slash, and you like gain purchase into the bone. And again, it's kind of like hacking into something. And it does damage, but it's like just stabbing into something. It's hard to kind of see like what it's doing when you're like chopping at a tree with like one axe stroke. And then with your sword, you just go to like stab and just find stabbing like right through the ribs. There's just no flesh there. There's nothing to stab into. As you just kind of miss the creature, it is going to draw its axe back up high. It's gonna bring it back down on Malchin again.
I might try and cunning words this one.
Gotcha. It rolled a 19.
Yeah, it's probably still gonna hit, but I'm gonna try it. So
What is your negative?
3.
Yeah, it should hit you with a 24 into Malchin.
Yeah, that hits.
And I think it's going to deal 16, 19 damage to you stabbing into or slamming into you.
Oh, at least I'm just unconscious.
And it's going to go back to the 2 bards.
So has Dalton seen enough to recognize that Malchin's sword swings are less efficient than they seem like they usually are against this thing? And
It doesn't actually have resistance. It's just that you're like hacking away at bone.
okay. Um, yeah, we got a goat-headed demon above us, and this thing's gonna murder us down here. I think Dalton's gonna look to Jinx, and there's no way we can. We need to get the hell out of here. He's gonna try and grab the unconscious Malchin and start. Shit, we're never gonna be able to get up either. Yeah, I think he's.
I think you guys should make a decision right now whether you are fighting or running.
I mean, I'm still game for running. Like I've been ready to leave this place, so I'm 100% for running.
Do you think you can run and leave Malchin behind?
No, definitely not. I don't even know. What does it take to pick somebody up? Is that an action?
It's effectively, yes, using your action to grapple someone because he's unconscious. He cannot like contest it and or accept it, and then it is moving at half speed.
Yeah, I think we have to run. We're probably dead either way, but
It didn't come up how I wanted it to look, Malchin. But if you look in Discord, I just sent you something that would be potentially interesting.
I think So essentially, I think Jinx we should probably essentially both try and grab Malchin and flee.
So as far as trying to get back up the shaft, obviously we had to jump down to it. It's basically just in the middle of the room. It's like a hole, and then there's a ceiling. But there's nothing leading up to it, right? We didn't leave a rope. We didn't do anything like that.
That is correct.
So what is like your vertical air time? I know we're
Uh,
heroes, but I'm like barely a hero. So
It's kind of a high jump, whereas a high jump is effectively you have to move like 10 feet. But you can basically jump a number of feet equal to 3 plus your modifier. So theoretically, you guys. Oh wait, the two of you have negative modifiers, don't you? Dalton has a 0. Um, I would say you're kind of at the extent where Dalton can like move to high jump to get a hold of the rungs, and it's going to be a check to see if he can maintain it. Um, but it's going to be something that's extremely difficult to do because effectively you didn't leave like an entrance or an exit.
and does the creature appear to be actually damaged or not really?
I mean, this is again kind of into one of the things. Like, technically speaking, you guys have not gotten this creature to half health. You've done damage to it, but where it's at in its health bar is still previous to half health, where you actually see the effects start to show up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, the player, don't want to leave Malchin behind, but the only chance we have may be to, or we just go down swinging.
Well, unless you have something up your sleeve, I'm 100% sure we can't kill this thing in one round of combat or less.
Yeah, I got
Don't
nothing.
believe you guys can kill it in one round.
Yeah, I got nothing. So
And it's literally doing over our hit points no matter what if it hits us. Did it only have one attack so far?
It has only attacked once. It
So
just hits like a truck.
there's a very, very slim possibility that, I mean, I don't want to leave Malchin. So there's a very, very slim possibility that we could potentially make it miss us with disadvantage. I know it's like ridiculous, but I mean, vicious mockery, try to make him have disadvantage. I have a bardic inspiration to negative him on either the hit, probably has to be the hit. But I mean, it would give us like maybe one, possibly 2 rounds to try to whittle him down. I mean, that's all I could think of. Maybe he rolls a nat 20 and stands back up, but at least we're here, we're trying. I mean, I get what you're saying. We could leave, maybe get away, but who knows? If you leave its reach, and we don't even know, it might have a 10-foot reach. It might just react and just knock you down, and you're down too. You know what I mean? So I guess first thing I'm going to do, regardless of what you do, I'm going to vicious mockery the creature. So if you decide you're going to run, at least it has disadvantage. So I'm going to do that, or hopefully it has disadvantage.
It does successfully apply. Roll for the damage.
So it's 6 damage.
yeah, I think Dalton's gonna grab Malchin and start dragging him back towards the where we drop down.
So that's 20 feet of movement to get to there.
Yeah, and I assume it's my action to grab him, and so
It is indeed.
I mean, I'll give a bardic inspiration to Jinx with my bonus action. But that's really all I can do, I think, because I don't think I have enough distance left to try to jump up this turn, do I? And I'd have to
I
drop Malchin
think
anyway.
realistically, you need a running start to leap up there. So you're gonna have to let go of Malchin. And that's part of like the oddness of this. Like you have to get a like running jump. You're not just dragging him over there. You've got to like get up there first almost.
Yeah, can I try to essentially like prop him against the wall, like his body? Oh, he's gonna slump down, but
Yeah, like there's not a wall here for you. Like you guys are in the center of the room at that point. Or do you mean like where you like went to him?
oh, Yeah, no, just back towards the center then. Towards where we drop down.
Gotcha. So you're just kind of like taking him towards the center there.
And maybe
Jink
he's
is
sorry. I was thinking like the demon thing up top seemed to have some sort of connection with Malchin. So Dalton's actually also going to like yell up as he's dragging Malchin. Your pet down here's done a number to, and he's going to try his best to Desrael Mal because he's thinking that the demon was calling Malchin that maybe. Has no idea, demon probably doesn't care, but that's what he's going to shout as he's dragging Malchin towards this opening.
so my question is then I moved you strategically so you didn't actually like step outside of the 5 feet, but did you want to drag Malchin and place yourself underneath the shaft to yell up?
I think with the idea that we're trying to get away, yeah, hey, we're gonna have to leave.
Creature is going to strike out at you. Are you kidding me? But 12 to hit you.
That will miss.
So it slams its axe down as you step away from it. As you look up top, you can see the horn-headed demon just kind of like standing over the like recess, and it just seems to be kind of like staring down at you. A little bit of like the flaming crown like on top of this goat-headed god seems to be like on fire, but it just seems to be sort of staring back at you as you call up to it. And what are you saying?
So he's basically saying like the your I think he said like your pet down here is doing a number on, and he's going to try to Desrael Mall, I think,
Gotcha.
meaning Malchin, because he thinks that's what the creature was calling Malchin. He doesn't know why.
Anything else though?
He gave the bardic inspiration to Jinx with his bonus. That's all he can do.
It is once again going to attack Malchin, and if it hits,
Oh,
this is an auto crit.
yeah, yes. I should roll a death save as well, right?
Oh yeah, my bad. My bad. Yeah, that should have been at the start of the turn. My apologies.
Yeah, fuck. That's one fail.
Did you see the item that I sent you in Discord? Were you able to see like those 2 lines of importance?
Yeah, I read it. It seems.
Wanted to make sure that you saw that beforehand.
Wait,
So it is gonna strike
before
down at Malchin.
before you like attack or whatever, I was like waiting on to see what he did right there. I'm gonna run up and try to jump up so he can hand me Malchin's body if that's possible. I don't know what's gonna happen right here, but that was my plan.
Oh, I don't think you can make the jump because you have a negative strength modifier. Like your guy is incapable of jumping high enough. How tall is Jinx?
Like 6 feet. How high do I have to be to get my hand on the wall?
Like it's basically 11 feet above you, kind of thing.
So if I'm like 6 foot, I can reach up another like what 2 feet or so, 2.5 feet. So that would be
Yeah,
like
I'd say 8 is acceptable. And then again, your high jump is 3 plus your strength modifier. So I think your high jump is 1 foot.
so I would basically have to roll. What is it to do that?
I don't even think it's rollable. It's not a roll.
So it's impossible for me to touch the ceiling, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think the difference would be with your gloves. If you climb from where you were, there's because you're so 5, 10.
Well, it doesn't matter. I already used my action, so it won't matter anyway because I have to use an action to activate the gloves. So that has to be next turn anyway. So
Oh, right.
yeah. What I was thinking was I was going to run and then jump up there, and then hopefully Dalton would hand me Valchin's body, and then Dalton could jump up afterwards. But if there's no possible way for me to even jump up that, I don't even know.
Yeah, I think you could climb on the wall and get there movement wise, but again, you need your action to activate the gloves. And then it's one of those things like you have to get to the ladder because the moment you like reach out to grab Mouchin, the gloves are going to deactivate. So you have to like have secured yourself. Otherwise, you're just going to fall. All right. So it is going to strike down. It has a 13 to hit Mouchin. I don't know. Do you guys have reactions left? Any cutting words left?
13? That would miss.
No, no, no. There's a 13 that it rolled. I'm waiting to see. Do you guys have cutting words?
Oh, yeah, I might as well use my last one. I'll use mine. Yeah.
So what's your negative?
Ooh, -8.
That should be sufficient because it's going to have an 11 to hit you. As it brings down the axe, and just in this little bit of distraction from Dalton, kind of like turning around and almost, kind of saying, "What do you think you're kind of saying as you're cutting words to keep it from hurting your friend?"
Um, where's the beef? Given it's a
Uh,
skeletal minotaur.
So, and I also forgot that with the vicious mockery from Jinx, you guys also got this creature below half. So you've started to see like the magic almost breaking apart where these bones are being held together by some necrotic force. This creature is now under half, and it's going to go back to you guys. So you've seen some wounds on it. You've prevented it from getting its axe into Malchin again. The creature above you seems to be ignoring you. And with that, Malchin, as you can see from how I wrote this thing, you now have this amulet is fully exalted. And you can basically use the stat line of what I gave you as the exalted magical item. And you are going to rise, and you guys are going to see an undead Malchin rise. His flesh is pale. He will no longer ever feel warm to you. His skin is cold and clammy. And you guys are going to watch as Malchin rises, and every time you see him smile from here on out, he has thick, long canines that almost kind of pierce out of his lips at any given time. But Malchin, what would you like to do? Your swords are about 10 feet from you.
Uh, just gonna ask as well. What do I rise with the like HP wise? Like 1 HP or?
Um, yeah, I think at this point, it's probably just one. I think you could do a hit die. I'm not sure if there's going to be a difference between rolling a hit die or not. Um, and actually think that part through. Roll a hit die, and I think your Constitution modifier is a +1, so you can have a D. What is it? 10, D8.
D10.
So you can
So
have 7 hit points.
well, you're gonna see Malchin rise, and Yeah, he's just gonna go for his swords and quite single-mindedly just try to attack this thing at the moment. Just wants to kill it.
Gotcha. Dalton, as you see Malchin rise, are you going to let him go? Because technically, Malchin, you are currently grappled.
Oh right, I forgot that.
Yeah, I think Dalton will, more out of shock than anything, just kind of yeah, he'll drop Malchin, or take his hands away.
Oh, let's see, that's 13 to hit. That hit.
As you slash, you like almost get deflected off of the bone before it grabs like a little bit of purchase in like an already kind of shattered point of that bone. How much damage?
That would be 10 damage. How do I keep rolling? It's so. Oh, that's a 12 to hit.
12 is its armor class, so same kind of idea. You are just into kind of like a shattered point of the bone, and it's just enough that
Oh
with
no,
like the
sorry, I counted wrong. It's 11 to hit.
11 is a fail, so it's
Yeah,
just enough of the hard calcium outside of the bone that your second slashes cast away, and a piercing attack from the short sword.
and that I rolled better. That's 22 to hit for 8 damage.
22 is a solid strike as you stab into the rib bones. A few of the ribs kind of crack away, and you guys see it's like a portion of like the rib like cracks under the blade of the short sword, like where it stabs through and just breaks off one of these ribs. Like it almost immediately kind of like turns to ash as the animating principle of this creature seems to be giving way. What would Dalton and Jinx like to do as you see your friends stand?
When I like see this happening, and I've like crafted my plan of how I'm gonna like activate the gloves and like crawl across the ceiling, and like Dalton's gonna like throw Malch into me. I like see him just like walk over and start fighting the thing. I'm just gonna say, Malchin, when this is over, you got some splaining to do. And I'm gonna go with vicious mockery and try to keep us the fuck alive.
Yeah, and Dalton, seeing Malchin kind of come to or something, and is going to feel a little reinvigorated, at least momentarily, as Malchin starts swinging back into this thing. So he is going to rush up and swing as well, or stab out as well. Mine would be a 20 to hit for 5 damage.
20 is a solid hit. And what did you do with your action, Jinx? My bad.
I'm going vicious mockery. 15 wisdom.
Will fail. How much did you do?
6 damage total. Mockery.
Interesting move, guys, because I had it at a total of 69 hit points, and that will be enough that you guys hit its exact hit points, and it is going to die between all of your strikes here. As you guys basically team up with the rising of Malchin from the dead. You guys see as he makes these final strikes in this creature, the two of you kind of reacting with just enough effort that you're kind of like stabbing and trying to cast it down with your horrifically insulting words. You guys can watch as Malchin's final short sword pierces into that bone as the rib kind of cracks away and the ash starts to fall away. The rest of this creature falls dormant again as only kind of the skull of it sort of remains as the rest of the bones kind of collapse. Uh, you are down in this pit above. You can hear silence kind of like grow from this space. What sort of thoughts do you all have as this creature disintegrates into dust?
I think Malshan will like kick the head that still remains, just kick it like towards the wall, and not realizing he's speaking this in Abyssal, he's gonna go like, "Fuck you and all your undead." It's like, take him all with you.
So I think that'll be the first time that you all actually hear Malchin speaking in Abyssal, as this presence in him becomes a little bit more whole.
Yeah, I think Dalton would have, kind of, as the thing is collapsing, would have started moving uh, back towards, like, almost like a look of relief on his face at first as he starts moving back towards Malchin, and then kind of hearing Malchin speak out in this kind of same horrific um, language, kind of pulls up short and kind of like holds up his torch and Malchin. He's gonna look to Jinx like, did you? He was down. Did you heal him?
I did not heal him. Malton, I don't think you should talk to your family like that. Because pretty sure you're dead.
What are you talking about? I mean, I'm not dead. I'm standing right here.
I mean, you're not dead. You're not dead. You're undead.
You're shitting with me, right?
You remember what happened to the orc girl? It happened to you, Malton. Whatever that thing is. I know I've been playing dumb. It's not my. But, I mean, you wouldn't be here with us now if it wouldn't have been for it anyway. So, a blessing or a curse, whatever it is, it is. But it is.
Amulet. I knew it.
Sorry, Dalton. I was just kind of looking the other way at first, and then I couldn't help but keep fucking with you.
I think you're all full of shit. This doesn't make sense.
Doesn't matter if you believe us. Maybe we could sort this out later. But the fact of the matter is, we are currently trapped in a dungeon. Shit is hitting the fan. So either we literally have zero more threats to face if we keep exploring, or we need to get the hell out of here. We've got like a few hours left. And if something hits me just right, even a little bit, not only will I be dead, but, and I'll do like thumbs upstairs, it's over. And I don't know if you guys realize, but this whole time I have to stay concentrating on that spell, or he immediately just goes back to normal and realizes like what's happened.
Alright, well, deal with whatever's happened there later. And let's just find a way out.
Well, Malchin, maybe you could give one of us a boost. Suppose we, at this point, we see if we can. The thing will let us actually leave.
Can we is this like literally the whole room just walled in right now? Is that it? Or is there more to explore?
Where you guys are at, there is this like 30-foot by 30-foot room, about 10 feet high. There is the central shaft that like rises up, and then there is that like fleshy mass that like is in the floor.
And that fleshy mass is like the white kind of outline we're seeing.
It is indeed.
And when that Minotaur died, was there like anything left behind? Any kind of like weird key or anything like that? Like remains that we could search before leaving?
Other than the skull, it does not leave any remains.
I know he kicked it already, but can I search the skull? I was kind of expecting this thing to have a key.
It is effectively just the skull.
So this is it. It's dead end down here. There's nowhere else to go.
It would appear.
All right. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just thinking, Marshall, he's gonna like check the, I guess like the fleshy protruding mass, like just prod it, like touch it, see like if he can figure anything out about it.
What are you prodding with? You're just like poking it with like a finger?
Yeah, basically.
As you kind of like reach out towards it, you can feel like it seems like flesh. Seems like it's living. You might even be able to feed on it.
Yeah, I think with that, like being into this and really wounded, I'm probably gonna try to take a bite out of it then.
You can roll an attack roll with advantage.
Should I do it for the like the feeding strike attack?
Yep.
Oh, you said with advantage. Right?
My bad. You are exalted now. It should do 3d4 in damage. So is that just the normal? Oh, yeah, yeah. Right there. That's just like a normal attack with proficiency bonus.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna roll another d20 because I forgot to add 2. Yeah, so that's like 20. What?
It's a solid hit. You
21?
can roll 3d4 and add your constitution modifier for the damage, and that is in necrotic.
So
Total of 10.
Yeah.
So you guys can watch as Malchin kind of like pokes and prods into this like little fleshy mass on the ground. And as he kind of like slowly leans over, you see as he kind of like extends his jaw and it almost like separates his bottom jaw from his upper jaw so he can like bite into this flat surface. And you'll basically watch as he like sinks his teeth in. There's just like a moment where like the mass almost like draws blood into it and you can kind of see like this red glow cross over this thing in the floor as it gets like almost like a paler and paler white as the blood kind of like flows towards Malchin's face before you will see the like mass almost like dry out and desiccate before it starts to like crack and split. And as it splits, there is going to be a rush of cold, frigid air that comes up from another shaft that leads down and into the ground. Mouching, you can regenerate 1 hit die. And as Malchin is over the shaft, you can see that it looks down. Let's see. Let's say probably about 30 or so feet. You're pretty sure you can make out some sort of surface below you. This time, though, the shaft is indeed made of, like, predominantly at least ice, and maybe kind of shows like stone-like qualities because you're mostly still looking at it in color. You can't quite see the whole way down. But like there's definitely that kind of like blend of like almost frozen, like frosted stone, and there does not appear to be a ladder.
Dear God, Malshin. Dalton's going to kind of instinctively kind of back away from Malchin as he starts to feed.
Yeah, I'll use that bonus action. Heal with the hit die that I got from that as well. Let's see. 9 HP back. And with that, you can see like Malshin isn't like even bloodied anymore. Ah, I feel better already.
If I look at him compared to like what Malchin looked before we came here, compared to like right now after everything that's happened, how does he look?
I would say he's a pale blue, but he's already a pale blue. So he's like paler kind of thing. It's definitely a sort of odd sense of his flesh seems a little bit more whitened and kind of grayish pale. His teeth are evidently longer, but there is no blood on his face after the feeding. This is kind of like that, like level of like sucking up blood where it consumes the blood like magically. There's not blood around his face like gore or anything like that. His body like absorbs vitality now. But other than like a little bit of difference in his flesh being a little bit colder and effectively having like larger canines, Mauchin already looks odd and different to everybody else just from being a Triton. His body was already a little bit more comfortable being, cold and sort of like clammy, just from being a Triton.
So, just quick recap. Almost died up there, we were gonna leave, and then we decided we would go fight a demon. And then we almost died again, and then we decided we were gonna leave. And then we came down here, and then we almost died, and now there's another way down. Or we could leave. Now, before you say anything, I'm slightly biased because I do not want to die. I understand not everyone's motivation is on the same level, but my vote is that we leave. And I only have 3 cigarettes left, so would you gentlemen like one?
I wanted to leave before we fought the first demon, so at this point, yeah, let's get the hell out of here.
I'll follow your lead and no thanks on the cigarette, Jinx. Those things will kill you.
Oh, too soon, Malchin.
I can't even begin to comment on the irony of that statement. So, are we going down this hole or what? And I'll like go over towards like the freezing hole, cold hole.
I mean, didn't the journal mention something about weapons or items hidden down here? This hole will lead to that.
It's definitely a possibility, but probably it's just a hole that leads to another hole that leads to another hole. And each one, there's probably just a bigger and badder and meaner creature to kill us. So it's really just a matter of which level we die on, not so much if we die.
I was worried about one thing though. I think what did he call himself? Altrak? Maybe the suggestion wore off. Maybe thinks like he finished his task with letting us go down here.
Can I tell if I'm still like connected to him through like the weave or whatever?
Roll an Arcana check.
Honestly, you might be onto something. I'm not really sure how it works, to tell you the truth. And it's a natural one. But I will take inspiration.
Yeah, I'd say as you reach out into the weave, you definitely feel the strong sense and like nearby focus, like focal point of chaotic, like demonic energy is near you. And you're pretty sure you still have contact with him.
I can still feel him on the other end of this, so I think we're good for now. But again, a single hit, one little pebble falling down from the sky that just connects with my eyeball in the right way, and it could all be over. But right now, at least there's still a chance. Tiny, teeny little chance that we can leave.
Well, if there's a chance, given what we just faced down here, I'm not so keen on finding out what lies at the end of that. And he'll gesture down towards the icy pit or opening.
Now, did we read anything specific about where the weapons were or like what was guarding them or anything? I can't remember that part.
I think it just said the cellar or underground or something.
But it
Yeah.
was like they summoned the demon to protect the key, and then the cobbled man was protecting the other key. But then wasn't there still like one more like entity or multiple entities or something?
Roll intelligence, or you could roll a history check with intelligence or wisdom. What's the modifier on that 6?
I can't actually find it.
What's better, history, or what's better, intelligence or wisdom?
Oh, they're both the same. What was I looking for? History, you said,
Oh,
right?
then just history.
Yeah. Okay. So it's only +1, so it's 7 total.
Yeah, I'd say you can recall at least something about another spirit in the house. But it's not necessarily like clear offhand what the importance of that was.
All right. Well, my vote is to leave.
And just to clarify, when you say leave, you mean go back up or go down?
No, no, go back out the way we came. Try to just get out of this freaking house while we're still alive. I feel like we've had 1,000 chances to die, and there's like, I don't know. Maybe we go lower, and that's just it. And there's just a room full of treasure, and we're just this close to it. We just have to go down one more tube. But I don't know.
So at this point, I think you guys are going to hear from above. Desralmal has risen. The flesh rots. The way forward is the night of dissolution. Stay in your tomb. And you're going to hear the grinding of stone. And anybody who looks up above you is going to see the last glimmer of the goat-headed demon above you as that big stone statue slides back on top of the shaft. You guys have been here. It is easily like 7, 8 at night at this point. You have been here all day. You are exhausted. And you just found yourselves locked in this area. What do you want to do?
No, yet. Suppose we could hunker down and try to rest before we. Looks like down's our only way, but I feel like we need to at least try to rest. And he's going to look to Malchin and then kind of like, wonder if he sleeps now.
That is a good question. Do I sleep now?
Oh yeah, you pretty much have everything that that item effectively does. You are undead insofar as like things that affect undead, but you are also still otherwise a humanoid. So it's just another state that affects you basically. But yeah, your sleep is not changed here.
All right, good to know. Oh, what do you want to do? Take a rest?
And if we have to be headed down anyway, if we, I mean, if there's anything waiting down there, it's going to kill us as soon as we get down there. So might as well let's try and recuperate a bit, I think.
Yeah, my bad. I was gonna say basically since it essentially has heard you guys speaking of like stepping away and like shuts this down on you, you essentially have the possibility of trying something creative, moving forward and downward, or effectively taking a rest here. So my question is more than anything, like of those three options, do you feel safe enough to risk a rest? Do you feel an urgency enough to move forward? Do you have something creative that sidesteps either of those options?
When you rest, does your concentration just go away?
Uh, what is it? It's 8 hours on suggestion.
Yeah, that's right.
Does the fact that it just locked us down here kind of suggest that maybe suggestion is not working anymore?
I don't necessarily think it has to go either way on that one. Jinx does still feel the connection. So as far as Jinx is concerned, like he already can kind of sense like the magic is still working. I don't see any particular reason why you have to lose concentration over the time that you are resting, only that the concentration is going to fade when the spell fades midway through that rest. So at some point, like if you take a long rest here, you're going to come to with the spell being over with. Is that your question?
Yeah, I think regardless, because I rolled a nat one, that like I wouldn't, like I would just assume that everything's still working. So I think for me, the way I look at it is, if this thing doesn't want us to leave, whether it's under our power or not, it's probably not going to let us if we try to. We're locked down here right now, and it just moved the stone, so it could easily move the stone again and come down here and kill us if it wants to. So there's like that little bit of time in between when we finish a long rest, and it could potentially decide to come kill us. But I mean, I'm down.
Yeah, I mean, we have no, at least, yeah, at least you, Jinx, and I have no resources left. I have nothing. So unless we can convince the thing to uh, pull away the statue again, even if it even can, and let us actually climb up and leave. Because I mean, it would be difficult enough, and looking at this icy um, kind of pit opening. I mean, it'd be tough enough for us to reach back up and get up here. But how if we go down there, how are we ever going to get back up? You essentially have to hope that it leads somewhere where else we can get out of. And it also seems strange to Dalton, right? So the journal mentioned like the cellars, like they really don't want anyone to go into these cellars if they're building like these these are some deep cellars.
What you think, Malchin? You ready to rest those paws?
Rest those paws. Yeah. I mean, if we're worried, we could like rest by the passageway here, and if something happens, we could just jump down and run from whatever comes.
Sure, I've still got a few of these. I'll pull out like the bag of caltrops, and I could like put them all around the part, so if something dropped down, it would at least like theoretically alert us.
Does that sound like the plan then? You guys are going to scatter some of the rusty caltrops around the way up, or do you mean the way down?
I would put them under the way up. So if something came down
Gotcha.
that hole, it would hit them.
And then prepare to rest.
Yeah, that's my vote, I think.
So you guys have 3 people. You don't have enough to do a full round of watches while you rest. But do you have any thoughts? Are you going to leave somebody to like not take a rest here and they will still be depleted? Do you want to have everybody rest and you guys will leave one particular watch unwatched? What thought do you have for your watch like order?
Well, I mean, the way I look at it, closer we get to rested, the better off we are. So I'll take the first one. You guys can fight over the second and the third, and then I'll say we just close those eyes and hope we wake up.
Machin or Dalton, for second or third watch? Do you have a preference?
I think Dalton is. He's going to look to Malchina. You don't mind. Oh, wait, no, because I need a. No. Yeah, I guess Dalton will offer to take the second, take the next 2 hours.
Then I'll take third and hope that nothing happened on the fourth.
I was going to have Dalton offer to do a double, but then he wouldn't get any of the spells back, so that's a no go.
So, you all can lay your heads down to rest here. The night is going to pass by with little to nothing happening. All of you are going to have your dreams haunted by horrific visions of the chaos gods. Many different demons are going to kind of make themselves known to you as you just see like a progression of like more and more horrific, larger and larger creatures kind of like coming into and almost just making themselves at home within your minds as you lay your heads down to sleep. Malchin, you are going to have the first nights of your dreams that draw your mind towards the dark reliquary, into the necropolis and into the mansion that sits on the western cliff tops. And this is going to be the first of those things where every night, every time you sleep from now on, you're going to have this draw that just takes you to the dark reliquary, and you can sense yourself walking through the necropolis and undead kind of rising and paying attention to you, but not really necessarily attacking you. There's a weird kind of like stalemate almost that kind of sits there. It's like that classic uh where you've got like guns drawn on each other and you're just like waiting for the first one to react, knowing that the other one has like the upper hand. Each of you kind of like hold still and you walk and you find yourself just like meandering through the gravestones until eventually you're before these massive stone doors, and you can see this massive mansion before you. And at some point, you're inside of it, and there's all sorts of creatures all around you. Very similar progression of smaller to larger, like more normal to more and more horrific and like abominations, until eventually you see before you perhaps the most beautiful man and the most beautiful woman that you have ever seen, and they sit atop a single throne where he kind of lounges backwards and she sits across his lap, and the two of them seem to share this throne. And you wake up. You guys are all long rested. Nothing seems to have changed in the situation you are in, other than this room at this point is kind of like chilly and cold. There's a little bit more of kind of like an evening of the space that is below you, that is like icy frosted, and where you are, that is like a stone, uh as Dalton's kind of put it, like cellar. But you guys have rested. You all can regain up to half of your levels of hit dice. You guys can all re-roll your hit points for the day, and be at full hit points. You can regain your spells and do all of those normal things. But otherwise, you all set. Once you get those prepared, you can let me know what your thoughts moving forward are.
Okay, so I was supposed to do this when I expended the last charge. I was thinking it was with the long rest, but I need to roll for the staff of healing to see if it still exists.
Gotcha.
Oh, thank God. Okay, and then see how many it gets back. 8 charges. Okay.
So let's see, what was it? If you rolled below average, you took the average instead with hit dice, hit points.
Yeah, your minimum hit points is the average.
Okay, I think I'm all set then. Rolled below average again, of course. So troubled dreams and all that. So Dalton still looks a little wan after waking up.
Can't say that that was a good night of sleep, but it was a night of sleep. So I'm feeling good as ever.
Well, at least we're still alive. And then he'll look to Malchin. Well, most of us. But suppose the way seems clear now. Unless, so when the like fleshy mass seemed to like desiccate, was there like stone wall behind it, or
No, it
is it
was the
still there? It's just, oh, okay, gotcha.
yeah, like when it split, effectively, it was like destroyed.
Okay, I was
Between the
thinking
cold,
I was thinking
between
the
the
fleshy.
cold and like the effect of the magic, like dissipating, that barrier was destroyed.
Okay, I was thinking the fleshy mass was like essentially all this dotted line, because I thought that's what Malchin asked, but I may have misheard. So that's just
No, sadly, that dotted line is something I should have actually edited. It shows the room below you guys. Yeah, my bad. I didn't even think about that. I would have taken the time to actually like copy some of those squares if I had actually recognized that. Because yeah, that represents the floor below you guys.
okay. So this is essentially like a square-ish stone room.
Like I said before, it's a 30-foot square. It is 30 foot by 30 foot. there is a tube out of it and a tube down. That is the only detail of this room. It's got stone floors and there's bones kind of scattered around. But like you're in like until that mass was like penetrated, it was clearly a dead end. And it was basically like go back up or figure out what's up with this like fleshy mass.
Well, if we're all rested up, then I suppose it's down the hatch. Then maybe we should secure a rope this time.
Do you think this is the cellar they talked about in the journal? I can't see where they would hide anything, but in the they'd try to break down the walls or just yeah, head down and try to figure out some way to secure a rope.
Oh, I don't know. I guess I didn't really think about it in the sense of like a literal cellar so much as just like the area underneath the castle. I mean, we could search around here for a bit before we go. Not a bad idea. I mean, we're here now, right?
Hopefully it couldn't hurt.
Two of you can do investigation or perception checks.
So maybe one focus on the walls and one focus on the floor. Yeah, I'll do perception. I'm looking for like any kind of cracks or things like that that might suggest. It's a 10.
And I got 8.
Yeah, I'd say between like looking around and feeling around, you guys are able to essentially discern pretty much what you've already known that this seems to be some sort of constructed room. There are signs that it was like physically made. There are signs that it has magical properties. But you don't actually find anywhere like else you can go. It's again, the night of dissolution is forward, onward, and downward.
I don't suppose one of you's got some pythons we could hammer in and tie the rope to.
Afraid not.
No, sorry, nothing like that.
Tie the rope to the skull of the Minotaur. Try to use that to brace you.
If you like get up to the edge of the hole and then like maybe just pick up like a little rock or a piece of ice or something like that, if I like cast light on it and drop it down the hole, could I see like where it stops to get like a rough gauge of distance?
Um, Make an intelligence check.
It's an 8.
Um, yeah, I think the best you guys got is just the. It seems like it's 30 or so feet.
And how big is the Minotaur skull compared to the opening?
I would say it's probably the type of thing where it's like just large enough. Probably doesn't have a whole lot of extra space. Probably doesn't have a whole lot of like wiggle room, but it seems like it'll work.
Don't have any better ideas.
Who wants to go first?
I could go first. No one else wants to take. Really wants to do it.
So, again, the skull is larger than the opening, but it is not terribly much so. This is also the skull of a creature that would appear to have been dead for quite some time and has only gotten in worse shape since you guys had to fight and kill the creature. Do you want to put your weight on the skull, or do you want to try to brace yourself against the edge of the shaft and slide down, trying to, as much as possible, leave yourself off of the actual rope so you can make sure that the rope is here later on?
Yeah, I think I'll go with bracing myself. Option 2. I'll
Just
try
trying to
for
brace yourself against the wall?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Let me get a strength athletics from you.
That is a 17.
Gotcha. So you can lower yourself and kind of like pushing out with like one knee forward, one leg backward. You eventually kind of get your torso in and like have a little bit of pressure. The stone is frosted, but there's still like some kind of grit to it that you can like kind of grab onto. Eventually sliding your upper torso down where you can get like an elbow and a hand against on, like you've got your knee, say like northward, your foot like southward, and then you've got like your left arm westward and your right arm eastward. So you're bracing in multiple points in the shaft, and you can slowly slide yourself down until you are basically sitting sort of about 10 or so feet above the ground. That little pebble below you kind of like shines light. You can probably see kind of like light in sort of that shape in the room below you. Um, does anybody want to follow Malchin? Are you trying to prevent him from like leaping down before you start? Are you guys going to wait for him to get solid footing before you start above him? What is everyone thinking as Malchin descends into the tunnel?
So Dalton is gonna maybe, with the idea that trying to put his, similar to Malchin, putting as little weight on this thing as possible. He wants to maybe before Malchin goes down, he's just gonna, maybe ask Malchin to like let them know when he's down. Dalton's gonna maybe drop his pack down first, like just um, straight through the opening to try to make himself weigh a little bit less, and then he'll try to follow Malchin's example and essentially um, kind of brace himself against the side of the wall. He will be the second one down, I guess, after Malchin.
Is there anything breakable in your pack?
Um, well, he'd probably so like the ledger, like which is probably fragile. He's probably not going to drop that. He'll keep that. Um,
Just gonna
other
like leave it on the floor up here?
other than that, I don't think he has anything breakable, except well, depending on how sturdy like the jewelry, like the loot and stuff we got was.
Gotcha. So you're going to take the ledger out. Is there a reason that you wouldn't throw your pack down prior to Malchin going? Malchin, what's your thought when he basically says he's going to drop his pack on top of you?
Oh, my thought is to get out of the way as fast as I can. Like, when I get to the edge, just like try to jump down.
Or maybe you could try to catch it if it's, I mean,
I
it's not super heavy. He doesn't have a whole lot in there.
You can do an acrobatics.
I'll do the acrobatics. Let's see.
Solid.
Yeah, that would be an 18.
After you make it to the ground, Dalton drops his pack behind you. But as you get down into this room, you can kind of see that there's a vaguely sort of like egg-shaped room where it's like east and west is wider than it is north and south. But it basically is just kind of like bulbous in the center. This is not like a specifically shaped like room. This is much more an actual open cavern. This is where those dotted white lines are like this ice cave below. And like from your view here, you can kind of see that part of the room is about 10 or so feet, but it's largely just a big dome about 30 or so feet by about 20 or 30 feet. There's little almost like alcoves in it, just from how like it's shaped. Um, and I'd say while it's an almost uniform ice, your perception is high enough that you can kind of see that there is like liquid water underneath the western side of this room.
I think I'm gonna like brace myself as a to see if the pack starts coming, and when it comes down, I'm gonna call for the others to like, seems safe down here. Come down.
Yeah, so hearing that, Dalton will try again, trying to do the same thing Malcolm was doing, not put too much weight directly on the Minotaur skull.
So doing athletics.
14.
Excellent. That is sufficient to kind of brace yourself against these walls, sliding down. Effectively at the top of it, you can gain aid from Malchin to help you down. And you can kind of get down there as a little bit of a team there. Um, Jinx, do you wait for Dalton to clear the way before you hop down after him, or are you going to follow shortly after him? Do you want to throw your bag on top of Dalton?
No, I would say I'm sort of like one of those kids at the water slide where I know I shouldn't have quite went yet, but I'm gonna go ahead and go. So I'm coming in hot. Here I come.
Gotcha. So doing athletics for me. Is that the final result, or is that
It's a
lower?
9. It is negative. It's a 9.
9? All right. Um, roll a dexterity saving throw.
21.
Gotcha. So yeah, when you start to head down, Dalton, you're kind of like maybe 10 or so feet down the shaft, starting to like slide down when Jinx just kind of like starts to lower himself in there. And pretty quickly, Jinx basically loses his grip. You're kind of going to be a bit of a controlled fall as you like slide down to the end of the shaft and kind of at the last moment are able to kind of like between your effort against the walls like pushing out and Malchin below you, you're able to kind of like hop out of this kind of downward shaft as Jinx is falling. And Jinx, you are going to take 3 bludgeoning damage, as your fall is much more falling with a slight thought of control. But effectively, you're able to vastly catch yourself prior to being all the way down. Um, Pretty indistinguishable to when you guys enter into this room. The ice around the walls is going to kind of shudder. This room kind of like starts to get like loud with like cracking, and there's vibrations that go through the floor as it kind of shakes. You guys are going to hear 2 different voices in unison from outside. At first, they're like muffled, and this like horrific language is going to go almost unknown as Malchin hears, "Age of dissolution is nigh. We herald the coming of chaos." And the walls on the north and south ends of this room explode. And you're going to see as ice flies out 2 minotaurs, one from the north, one from the south, each of them kind of like stepping out. Neither of these are skeletal. These are fully fleshed, armored beings. And as they step out of the walls, they each look towards the other. "It is good to be here at the end of order. We welcome your souls to death." And they will each stomp down a foot, and I need you guys to roll for initiative. Um, Whoever wants to lead it off for you guys, whoever has the best initiative roll, you can roll it.
I think it's probably a tie between me and Jinx. I think I rolled the last one, so Jinx, if you want to take this one.
Yeah, I'm +4. And I will also warn them as I pop out the end of the tunnel that it is careful, it's slippery. +21 for initiative.
Oh, I got a nat 20. Oh, do they got a bonus? They got a bonus. I don't have a bonus. So, you guys get it. So the 3 of you can start off as the 2 of these creatures break themselves out of the icy walls of this room. What would you like to do?
I think we all should focus on one at a time. Try to put one down as quick as we can.
So who do we want first, north or south?
Let's see. South?
I feel like a kid in a candy shop. I'm just going to immediately cast Bane on both of them. It's 15 charisma.
Son of a bitch. Yeah, it's gonna sink into both of them.
And is this differently colored square to Dalton's left? Is that anything um, like a obstruction or anything, or is that space open?
That is the shaft above you. That is the fleshy mass in the ceiling.
Okay. Yeah, so Dalton's gonna move and he is going to stab out at this Minotaur to his south. He's also going to give some words of encouragement to Malchin, give him bardic inspiration with this bonus action. Should be a 24 to hit.
Solid hit.
5 damage. I'm rolling low on damage today. So that's movement, bonus action, action. That's all for Dalton.
Yeah, Malshin is gonna move. Gonna take the opportunity attack from one of them, but
It is indeed going to slam a great axe down into you. Roll an 8 to hit you. Like the actual die roll is an 8.
oh, and the Bane, well, because that hit both, right?
Die roll is a 7.
Oh wait, are you giving us the opportunity to mess with it? Is that what you're saying?
I am indeed.
Okay, I was not going to mess with it.
Yeah, I don't want to use too many up too quickly.
I don't think that one's gonna hit, as it is like fuzzied by the bane. It strikes down and misses as Malchin steps away from it.
Yeah. This one, do I get the flanking on this one from here, or is it
You could flank it from there.
okay? Gonna try.
I think it's safer to say you could flank it from right there.
All right, then I'll be there instead. I didn't think I could get there, but I did. Yeah. Hmm. Let's see. Well, 14, 16, 18 to hit, or 17 damage.
Solid strike into it for 17. You said.
Yeah. And the next one is, I don't think this will hit. Let's see. That's 4, 6, 8, 12 to hit.
12 is just going to glance off of its hide effectively, as you like cut into it. Like the slashing just doesn't seem to like penetrate past its hair. And the short sword.
Actually, I'm gonna try. Oh yeah, short sword, because that's an action. Feeding strike. Sorry.
Yeah, I think your bite should be a normal attack. So you have to, like, you could bite twice. I think I meant to frame the bite as a bonus action.
Yeah, it's kind of fun because in the item description you've written action, and then in my actions you've put it as a bonus action.
Yeah, yeah. So I think it fits better if it's a bonus action. So you're limited to only doing it once a turn.
All right, but I'll go with my sword this turn. Uh, let's see, but that will be at 12 again.
A 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing. As you go to like bite into it, you're just like caught off in the kind of like natural defenses of its thick flesh and hide. That will miss. Um, did either is this the same turn? Like this is right after the Bane and Dalton. Was it Dalton that missed, like attacked and missed?
I hit for 5.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
and then
missed.
you did 17 with Machin. I got you. Yeah. So this turn, they are going to, I think, kind of making eyes at each other. They kind of like look one to the other. You're close in the ways of chaos. And they both kind of like look down towards Jinx. But your wishes are not those of dissolution. For the eschaton is upon us, and all must fail. As one raises its axe like up above its head to bring down on you, Jinx, the other one is going to charge across the room and basically stab at you with its horns as it charges you.
So I probably am going to use something for my reaction on this one. So just let me know before you tell me anything conclusive. Oh, and do I know why they? I felt like before he said something about me and Chaos, like, but I thought maybe it was Malchin. Do I know why they're saying that to me?
In particular, right here, it's because you've baned them. You've added randomness and taken away order.
Okay, okay, I got you.
They like it, but you're using it against them, so they don't like it. So yeah, I'm gonna say the one charging you is first here, insofar as because of how things kind of play. Um 13 is the die roll to hit you. Do you think that is sufficient? Do you want to do something before seeing whether it does or does not hit?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a silvery barbs on it.
Gotcha. So right now I rolled 12 for those damage dice. Gonna do the next die is a 19, so that is gonna hit. And it's going to deal 16 piercing damage to you. But because it charged, it's going to deal another 5 for a total of 21. And I need you to make a strength saving throw versus being knocked prone. As it charges into you, its horns first. It's just kind of clipping you head over heels.
It is a 14 for the strength saving throw.
That is the DC. You are able to stand on your feet as this thing smashes into you and the wall beyond.
Oh,
And then the other.
oh, sorry. You say you rolled a 15. I'm assuming that there's
Oh,
no possibility that Bane could make it miss because I only have 14 armor.
well, it was the 19 to hit, and it has a plus modifier because Silvery Barbs forces the second one. It's not just disadvantage, right?
Isn't Silvery Barbs using the lower roll? Or am I completely wrong with that?
Yeah, they re-roll and use the lower roll. So it would be 13 plus his modifier minus a Bane. I just assumed that his modifier
And
was
your
higher.
your armor is 14.
Yeah, it's only 14.
Bane cannot reduce it low enough. It is higher than those two.
Okay, I just assumed that was the case. And then I'm going to give the advantage to Malchin.
Gotcha. And then the I don't think it matters like ahead of time, because as far as I'm concerned, they're attacking at the same time here. So the second one will attack on Jinx as well. What was the total there though, Jinx? Was it over half your hit points?
It was one under half. It was 21 damage, and I have 43.
Gotcha. So
Are
the
you,
second strike,
are you going total my max hit points or total my current hit points? Because I took,
total today's hit points is your like max hit points for today.
well, like when I fell, I took 3 damage or 2 damage or something. I took 2
Yeah,
damage.
so it would be total hit points. Because it's to
Okay.
see if you get like a shocking attack, like from it dealing half your hit points.
Okay, so it is just under half my max hit points.
Gotcha. Yep. So yeah, this one with Bane already applied, it rolled a 14 to hit you. Doing anything to that?
Oh, I use my reaction, so I can't do anything.
Gotcha. So solid strike into you. Oh, those are 2d12s, not d8s. My bad, psych. I think that damage actually got worse. It's gonna do another 12 slashing as the one like to the left of you brings its axe down. But with those, I think each of them 22 is enough to make it a DC 11 Constitution and then a DC 10 Constitution. Both of those are to see if you can maintain Bane after this turn.
Okay, so I'm mortally wounded. What do I need to roll on the first one?
11 on the first one and then a 10 on the second.
So the first one is 10, so I fail it.
Gotcha. So Bane will drop.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna add my bardic or my regular inspiration to that if I can.
Gotcha. You can indeed. You said you rolled a 10?
Well, it would be an 11 now.
Okay, you rolled a 9 before then.
What was the number that was showing up on there? Was it a 6 or a 5? I can't remember.
I feel like it was a 6.
Okay, so it was a 10 and now it's 12. Sorry. So 12 is my
Gotcha,
total
yeah.
for the first one.
My point of asking if it was a 10 that you already rolled is because it's an auto succeed if you add the inspiration. So second die again for the DC 10 Constitution save.
The second one's a 13.
Gotcha. So you're good on Bane, and it's going to roll back around to you guys.
So these things hit hard. Jinx is looking pretty bad. Dalton's going to try to make this one that we're fighting, concentrating on, so the one to his south, drop that wicked looking axe. So he's going to try a heat metal on that.
On the southern one?
Yes.
It is going to drop its axe.
And it's 7 fire damage.
If it drops it, doesn't it not take it?
Any creature in physical contact takes 2d8 fire damage when you cast the spell, and then it either drops it or holds it. So it takes the damage regardless.
Any bonus action? Otherwise, the other two?
No bonus this turn.
Then Marshall's gonna attack this one again with the advantage on the first hit. Let's see. Thank God for advantage, because that would have been a 1, I think. And instead it's a 19. Yeah, it's like 29 to hit.
Solid hit. And damage?
That's a total of 10 with my extra d8.
Second attack?
Second attack will be 16 for 5.
16 is a solid hit for 5 more. And third attack?
Then I'm gonna use the bite attack. So that's the, what is it, DC? My spell DC, what is that?
Did you remember your
That's
advantage, Malchin?
I'm sorry, what?
My bad. Did you remember your advantage on the first attack?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
rolled a 1, and the advantage is why he hit.
Sweet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
just a normal attack here, Machin, for the bite. It's just a like dexterity attack
okay.
with proficiency, and then it does 3d4 plus your con modifier. And when you bite into someone, if you are successful, they have to make a con save whether they can have that hit points healed before they rest because it is necrotic.
Oh, that was almost a crit. Let's see. Yeah, that's 20. Let's see, 27 to hit for
Solid hit.
12 damage. No, it plus, so 13 damage.
Gotcha. So you guys see as he's got, ooh, how far? What was that second attack's roll to hit? Do you remember?
The bite attack or like the second?
No, the second with your scimitar. Did you have a +2 for flanking when you told me your total number?
Oh yeah, I added that, and it still
Gotcha.
missed.
So first attack, just slashing across it. You like almost kind of like stumble and like sort of roll underneath the feet of this massive creature before kind of like rolling into it. You like slash across its Achilles tendon, and like there's a loud pop as that whole ankle just kind of like bursts with blood, and you kind of see as it like slams down like the tibia into the ice, and it's the actual end of the bone that kind of like bites into the ice and the stone of this room as you kind of cut into that foot. The second slash across into the other leg just kind of gets caught into an actual like tuft of hair, and you can then bite into its like calf muscle, and in that same leg that's already kind of like biting raw bone into the ice, you just like see his mouth and like bites into it and just tears out a massive chunk of the flesh and muscle from that creature's left leg. Um, that creature is bloodied. Uh, is that all of you for this round? Is that just Machin right there?
Oh, I didn't go yet.
I did though. That mine was the heat metal, so I think it's just Jinx.
So I guess I am going to just like sort of like do the circular kind of movement with my hand, and I'm gonna do a gentle bow, and I'm gonna say, "Didn't even knock me down, gentlemen, but I will bid you adieu," and I'm going to disengage from combat. And I'm gonna go over here and throw up in the corner, if I could do that. Is that legit?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, my bad. I was
Um,
what was gonna happen there. And then I will do a bonus action, Bardic Inspiration on. Is there a reason to give it to you over Malchin?
No, I would give it to Malchin.
Right? Okay, so I'll give it to Malchin.
Gotcha. So the one in the east of the room is going to, drawing its axe up above its head, is going to slam it down into Dalton.
I'm gonna try and cutting words.
Well, hold up. You guys can wait for cutting words to see the roll. The actual die roll is a 5, and it has a -4 from Bane. So it's working with a dirty 1. Do you want a cutting words at?
Okay, no.
So, big solid miss as it swings down at you with its axe, and it is going to miss. The other one is going to charge across the room and try to again, like with its horns, gore into Jinx. So, Malchin, you have a opportunity attack if you would like. When it separates itself from you, if you would like to attack it, you may.
Yeah, that would be 21, 25 to hit for, let's see, 5, 9 damage.
Did you add a D8? Because I think that's a turn, and this is not your turn, so it's a new turn.
Yeah, I added the D8. I just rolled
Gotcha.
like really low on my
So you
regular.
said the total was 9?
Yeah, total 9 damage.
All right. Trying to gore into Jinx. It's got a dirty 10 to hit you.
Is
I'm
this
gonna
oh, go ahead.
feel like it's got a good modifier, so I'm gonna cutting words that.
Gotcha. What is your negative?
-8.
Gotcha. Big ol' miss as it kind of like slams into the wall just beyond you, and as its horns just kind of like rain down ice upon you. And it's gonna go back to you guys.
I would just say to the Minotaur now after charging me, no, thank you. I've had enough.
So you said it did drop its axe, right? So it's back here. Okay, yep. Yeah, so I think in that case, Dalton's just going to he's sandwiched in between these two things. So he is going to just kind of, as it's moving to try to gore Jinx, he's going to turn and stab at it with his rapier.
You can have flanking on that attack. What is the actual total though? I don't think
It doesn't matter. I was in that one,
Gotcha.
but I'll take my inspiration back.
Then I think Malshan will move up and take a swing at it. Let's see.
My bad. Are you far from your microphone, Chris? Can you get closer to it?
Oh, is this better?
That is much better, yes.
Yeah, I think I moved the mic a bit from my mouth. Yeah, I'm just gonna go up and take my swings at it and see if I can get it down. Let's see. Yeah, that's definitely hit. 23, 27 to hit for 9, 16 damage.
16 total there?
Yeah, 16 total. Finally
And for your
rolled high.
second attack?
Let's see, that's 9, 13, 15 to hit.
15 to
7
hit is just enough, a little bit over its armor class here. You guys are getting to the point where you can have a solid understanding. I think you have missed with 12s and you've hit with, what did you say this was, a 16?
Yeah, let's see, I gotta count again. It's 9, 11, yeah, 15.
Gotcha. So its armor class at this point, you guys know, is between like 13 and 15. How much damage was that one for?
That one is 7.
And your bonus action, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna go with bite again, because I like that attack.
Glad I only had to kill you to get you to actually use that necklace.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, It's good. Let's see.
Yeah, we're beyond the what necklace, right? At this point.
He still has to pretend that it doesn't exist. That's just his flaw in his character at this point.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Let's see. That's a 14 to hit.
14 is its AC. That is just a hit where you're attacking and it's like sliding. Oh wait, this is kind of like biting into like the hair, and you're kind of like getting past that like scruff where like it kind of last bit of your jaw's strength. You're popping through its flesh, and you can feel that like rush of its adrenaline flowing into your body as you start to sap out the blood. How much are you taking from it? Deal
10 damage.
10 solid. You like basically watch as this creature has Mouchin like bite into the back of its neck, like into this large big like hump of its like shoulder muscles, like where it's almost like arched over like a, I don't know the kind of bulls that have those like gigantic shoulders that are like well over their like heads and horns. But like as he bites down into this like minotaur's shoulders, like you watch as it desiccates in front of you and falls as like almost like a mummified remains of this minotaur, and Mouchin just kind of standing over top, the last bit of blood kind of like absorbing into his mouth before it disappears and it's kind of cleaned, and that creature is going to fall on the ground dead.
Now you've had enough. And I'm gonna do vicious mockery on the other one. You're next, buddy.
We'll sink in. How much damage are you doing?
5, so it should get the flat out kill on that one too. That was a joke.
Crumbles up and dies as if it were made out of paper.
The install cuts deep, and he takes quadruple critical damage. Yeah, that's it for me.
Did Dalton act there?
Oh wait, I don't think I did I could do a bonus spell.
Do we go back around? I feel like Dalton attacked the one that Malchin just killed with his rapier that turn.
Gotcha. I don't think you can cast a bonus action spell. Oh wait, yeah, you could. So you could do like, what is it, like healing word or something like that?
Yeah, I was thinking I would drop a healing word just in case so I don't get like randomly flat out killed here. So yeah, I'm gonna do a 2nd level healing word.
Please don't kill me. I have consistently rolled that they are attacking you. So I think I need 10 feet. Yeah, so it is going to charge across the room, trying to gore into Jinx again. And then it's still baned. Nat 20, so it's not going to matter.
All right, so I'm definitely silvery barbs at it.
So, and it's dealing 17 from the roll damage right now. Fucking that one. Who's getting advantage? And it's on you guys.
I'll give advantage to Malchin.
Gotcha. So I think Malchin, right now you have advantage, and then you also have Bardic Inspiration. Keep in mind that while you have advantage only on your first attack, Bardic Inspiration, you've got a time limit and 2 bards. So it's gonna go to you guys, and you guys can act.
Oh wait, do I have to silvery barbs that? He already had disadvantage, doesn't he?
Oh, my bad. No, you do not have to silvery barbs that. You are correct. He failed the vicious mockery. I just didn't write down disadvantage on my
No, no
paper.
problem. I would easily spend that over getting critted for sure. I'd spend it twice if I had to.
And that's exactly why I fucking hate silvery barbs, because I like to crit too. But yeah, it's gonna go to you guys. So there's no advantage on your first attack, Malchin, but you are still inspired, I believe, and it's all fresh to you guys.
I think Dalton's going to wave a hand towards Malchin to tell him to take a flanking position. Yeah, there we go. Dalton otherwise is just moving and I think stabbing out at this remaining one here. I'll give myself advantage with my inspiration. Uh, 18 should hit for 6.
Solid hit for 6. Who's following up?
I think Malsham will follow up then after having been instructed to flank. Let's see.
All right, you know the AC is 14, so roll all 3 attacks and just let me know a total. What are you doing with Jinx?
If the Minotaur is still alive, when I go to attack, I'm gonna pull out the pistol and try to shoot it in between the eyes.
Gotcha. Technically, the cost of all of you going at the same time, except for when I make a mistake on saying something beforehand, you guys don't know the end result of like bloodied, dead, alive until all of you are over. So I would say just take your pistol shot.
Okay, yeah, I'm good with that. So yeah, pistol in between the eyes, hopefully.
You got a total for me, Malchin?
Yeah, I'm calculating. I got a critical hit here, so I'm just
Gotcha. So max on the weapons damage, and then whatever you rolled.
yeah. Let's see. The bonus action.
Looking like the pistol missed.
I don't know. What do you add on to that? I'm assuming it's
Right now, until you gain proficiency, you don't have a proficiency bonus for it. Oh, it's dexterity. So it's what you rolled plus your dexterity. Yeah, because it's a ranged weapon, so it's dexterity.
and that the bard like skill thing doesn't affect that, right? Like stuff you're not proficient with or whatever, like the jack of all trades or whatever.
I feel like Jack of all trades is skill checks that you are not proficient in. Ooh, I feel like attacks might be skill checks. So what's a half proficiency? Plus 3, 11 plus your dex? What's that come out to? Is that 14 on the dot?
Well, I rolled 8 plus 3 for the dex modifier, so 11, and then I don't know how to do proficiency. Oh, it's plus 3 normally, plus 3 proficiency normally.
Oh, I keep thinking 6 because of that fucking level 20 thing. Yeah,
Yeah,
so I think
that's
that's a
okay,
miss
yeah.
regardless. But I'm pretty sure Jack of all trades gives you half proficiency when you're not proficient with a weapon attack.
It says ability check in the
Yeah, but that's
description.
what I mean is I feel like attacks are. Yeah, it's
I mean, at least in D&D Beyond, it doesn't add it. So
right.
that
That's
with a grain of
what
salt.
makes me think I'm wrong is the simple fact of criticals are on attacks and ability checks are not susceptible to criticals. So that's part of why I was kind of thinking to take it back.
Yeah, it's definitely a big miss then.
Yeah, that seems like it might be overpowered if it was for attack rolls too.
Well, most of the time you should be proficient in what you do. You got a final result there, Malchin, for a total?
Yeah, I got a total of 37.
So as you guys all kind of group up and rain down into this thing, what'd you crit with?
With my second attack with the scimitar.
With the scimitar? Yeah, so you guys basically watch as Malchin starts to like hack and slash, like biting into this thing, but like it's a scimitar like attack, like sliding down his spine that he like opens up this thing's rib cage, and there's a massive pop, like as the ribs like separate from its spinal cord. This thing is mortally wounded at the end of your turn here, and it is going to, fearing no death, 6 is Dalton. It is going to kind of just like drawing its axe up from like behind it as it like gored across towards Jinx, trying to slam this axe down on top of Dalton. 15 to hit you. My bad.
That'll.
It's going to be a 13 after the Bane. This is to see whether you guys let it go through, or you still don't know the modifiers of this thing. I don't think it's ever mattered with what you guys have played so far today.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything.
Gotcha. It is going to smash into Dalton for 21 slashing damage as its axe comes down on you. What is your max hit points right now?
That's definitely well over half.
Well over half. So 6.
And Dalton is mortally wounded after that strike as well.
All right. You'll lose reactions, and your attacks are on disadvantage, and ability checks are on disadvantage until the end of this turn. So I think all that really means is you should do a vicious mockery to attack it, but otherwise it comes to you guys to attack and finish off this mortally wounded enemy as it cuts down into Dalton and leaves your friend mortally wounded.
Yeah, I think go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. Go ahead, do your thing.
Yeah, I think Dalton's whole body's kind of ringing after that blow. Doesn't trust his weapon, so I think he's going to try a vicious mockery.
I don't think it has a negative modifier, so I think that's a 6. Oh wait, the Bane. That's a negative modifier. So 17 minus 4 is a 13. I think that's a fail.
All right, and it's 4 psychic damage.
Oh wait, what did I say? I said I had a 14. 17 minus 4 is 13. It has a plus 3, so I have a 16. I think it passes.
Oh, then it passes. Yeah.
Its intelligence is shit. They're wise as fuck though. Jinx or Mouchin to finish it off. Have you started rolling Mouchin where you have a total for me, sir?
I can say okay. Yeah, I just crit on the first attack. Let's see.
Solid. First slash from the scimitar on this one is going to decapitate this thing. The head's just going to pop the spine. You watch as its entire body instantly goes limp. The head like rolls off, and you see Jinx as it's like staring at you like with these like eyes of hate as like the last bit of its life kind of like seeps out of the skull, and this thing's going to go inanimate.
Nice. All vicious mockery to add insult to injury.
The head, like when you vicious mockery, like the actual like brain inside just pops, and there's just like a splatter of like brain matter that like oozes out of the eyes. The soft materia of that skull just like deanimates, like there's no more like cell walls almost, as it just instantly like liquefies everything that's soft inside.